for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Tessie. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is August 16th, 2025. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis. Present. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon those who are present. Bless now our commissioners. Give them your grace. Give them your leadership. Give them your peace. It's in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
United America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 250275, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the second regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items? All right, Commissioners, any items on the consent? Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Yes, there's just a minor clarification for 25-0283.
Which page?
Page 5.
Which item?
25-0283.
All right. What's the correction?
We just need to put that this is specific to the June and July 2025 election only.
June and July. So noted.
All right. Motion to adopt. Is there a motion? I'll entertain a motion. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7,
5 yeas, clerk.
5 yeas with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Where is Commissioner?
I'm
What?
on Zoom, Chair.
She's on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, continue.
On page 7, second regular meeting agenda, 250295, adoption of the second regular meeting agenda.
All right, anything from clerk?
I don't have
All right,
anything.
Commissioners, nothing. All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 250296.
So now, just a minute, is Commissioner Abdul-Rahman voting? Can we hear her?
Yes.
That's a yes vote?
Yes.
All right, we need to work on the volume on this Zoom stuff, which I don't. All right, continue.
So that's 6 yeas with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman on 250295.
Correct.
250296, ratification of minutes. Second regular meeting minutes, March 19th. First regular meeting post-agenda minutes, April 2nd, 2025.
Any additions or corrections? None. Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250297, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Holy Innocents Varsity Boys Basketball Championship Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts with full board support.
All right, again, we appreciate your participation. This is another banner year for our high school sports teams. I had the pleasure of seeing both the boys and girls play several games, including the championships games. I'd encourage you to do so next year, but we're very proud of them and want to recognize them today. You're going to be reading the girls and you read the boys.
Where's Charles? Mom was about to.
Come stand on this side.
Wow. Holy Innocents, this is your first title, correct? State title. But this is the third time that you've been to the championship game the last 5 years. Is that correct? Is that what I read? Well done, Coach. I mean, I know how hard it is to build a team, to get there, to rebuild the team, to get there, and now to finally get that state title. Well done and congratulations. So we're proud to give this proclamation. Whereas the Holy Innocents Episcopal School 2025 boys basketball lineup of champions include Jordan Mays, Grant Heron, Kingston Whitty, Devin Hutcherson, Clark Thurman, Greg Ellison, Khalid Worthy, Jaden McCullough, Cole Hatfield, Caleb Wilson, Coy Terry, Xavier Wilson, and Cole Witzy Gruder. Sorry if I butchered your name. And whereas on March 5th, 2025, at the Macon Coliseum, the Holy Innocents boys varsity basketball team defeated North Cobb Christian to win the Georgia High School Association Class AAA private school boys basketball state championship. And whereas the Holy Innocent Bears dominated the game, building a 42-18 lead at halftime, led by five-star prospect Caleb Wilson, who finished the game with 33 points and 13 rebounds. And whereas the Bears' top scorers were Devin Hutcherson with 17 points, Khalid Worthy with 11 points and 8 rebounds, and Kingston Whitney with 10 points and 8 rebounds. The final score was 84-45 score over the North Cobb Christian boys. And whereas under the leadership of their fearless head coach, Mario Mays, the Bears' championship win was the pinnacle of a memorable season and the boys' first ever state championship trophy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulates the varsity boys team at Holy Innocents Episcopal School for their outstanding season and teamwork that propelled them to the Georgia Class A state championship title, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 16th, 2025, as Holy Innocents Episcopal School Boys Varsity Basketball Championship Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Does your coach want to speak? Coach, would you like to say a few words?
First, I just want to give honor to God for giving me an opportunity to lead these young men. And I definitely want to tell them in front of everybody how much I appreciate their effort. And just want to say thank you to our leadership at Holy Innocents, Tony Watkins, our athletic director. Also, just everybody that supported us throughout the year. Thank you all for having us.
The next proclamation is recognizing Holy Innocents Varsity Girls Basketball Championship Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts with full board support.
I know, they're so adorable. Yes.
Congratulations, ladies.
Congratulations. Go on both sides, ladies. Go on both sides. I mean, a school with 2 state championships right here. I mean, come on, right? And one of the boys just told me that they get to design their own rings. So, I mean, that's like really a lot of fun to be a winner. I love that. And so we're up to the ladies, and this makes me so excited. The Holy Innocents Episcopal School 2025 girls basketball lineup of champions includes Blair Clayton, Haley Swain, Peyton Glusing, Sasha Thompson, Olivia Sharper, Elena McMasters, Michaela Weaver, Mackenzie Weaver, Emily Gaynor, Lauren Helmer, Nina Rose Smith, Nakaya Worthy, Anaya Branch, and L'Oreal Murray. And whereas on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, at the Macon Coliseum in Macon, Georgia, the Holy Innocents girls varsity basketball team defeated Hebron Christian to win the Georgia High School Association A-AAA Private School Girls Basketball State Championship. Yes. And whereas the Holy Innocents Bears dominated the game, led by senior guard Haley Swain with 30 points, she scored 19 of her points in the second half of the game. And whereas the Bears' other top scorer was Michaela Weaver with 7 points, the final score was 57-39 over North Cobb Christian to win the championship. And whereas under the leadership of their fearless head coach, Nicole Dixon, the Bears' championship win was the pinnacle of a memorable season and the girls' second state championship trophy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulates the varsity girls team at Holy Innocents Episcopal School for their outstanding season and teamwork that propelled them to the Georgia State Championship title, and do hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 16th, 2025, as Holy Innocents Episcopal School Girls Varsity Basketball Championship Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Is the Coach Nicole, do you want to come? Yes.
First of all, thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you, God, for allowing us to just do what we did this year. Very, very proud of each and every young lady. Proper preparation prevents poor performance, and they exceeded all expectations this year. Very proud of their effort, their attitude, and just proud to be their coach. Want to really thank Holy Innocents, Paul Barton, our head of school, and our amazing athletic director, Tony Watkins, for all the support that they give our young ladies and give our coaching staff. And want to give a shout out to our assistants that are not here today. They did a fantastic job the entire year preparing our girls, and we're grateful to the city of Atlanta as well. Thank you so much for all that you've done for us.
This is yours. Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna move that. All right. Yes.
The last proclamation is recognizing Law Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ivory with full board support.
Oh, yay. All my friends. So nice. Hi.
Okay, yeah. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Welcome. Welcome. How are you? I'm happy to be presenting this one with the law being one of my favorite things. I don't know if a lot of people say that, but whereas on February 3rd, 1958, President Dwight Eisenhower issued a proclamation establishing Law Day in the United States as a day celebrating and commemorating the United States legal system and its contribution to preservation of justice and human rights. Whereas in 1961, the United States Congress designated May 1st of each year as the official date for celebrating Law Day by passing a joint resolution. And whereas Law Day provides an opportunity for citizens of Fulton County to appreciate the liberties provided to them, especially with regard to equality and justice. And whereas Law Day further provides an opportunity to learn and cultivate respect for the law, which is vital to the democratic way of life. I feel like I need to say that twice in this climate. Whereas the theme for Law Day 2025 is Out of Many, One, which urges us to take pride in a constitution that bridges our differences to bring us together as a united nation and remind us that our civic lives tie us together as one. And whereas Fulton County urges everyone to observe this day by promoting law and education and fulfilling our shared civic responsibilities and commitment to the values of liberty, equality, and justice that makes us out of many, one. Therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commemorates the importance of the observance of Law Day and does hereby proclaim Thursday, May 1st, 2025, as Law Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Marvin Arrington, who is also a lawyer. Thank you. Judge, you want to say it? Does anybody want to say it? Maybe you should say something.
On behalf of my colleagues here on the Fulton County Superior Court, representing not only Superior Court, State Court, Magistrate Court, and Probate Court, and the other justice partners, our district attorney, our solicitor, and our public defender and conflict defender, the rule of law is very, very important to each of us. We come to the People's House every day to administer and see over the due process that the law provides all of us. So May 1st is a very special day for us as lawyers and as litigants and litigators to just pause and recognize how important the law is to us as a group. So we thank the Board of Commissioners for their recognition of this very, very important day, and we look forward to, on May 1st, formally celebrating Law Day. So thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you.
get the volume? I don't like that Zoom stuff. One, two, three, four. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 8, public hearings, 250298, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 7 speaker cards. Would the speakers please come forward? L.A. Pink, J. Wesley Day, Walter Reeves, Alan Lee, Renard Burrell, David Mitchell, and Maria Guardia.
All right, you guys know the rules. 15 seconds remaining, I'll say 15 seconds. All right, first speaker.
All right, plague at the plague at the plague. Ain't that what Rambo said? We have so many different things that's going on right now in Fulton County. Of course, you know I'm going to continue to speak on the sheriff. We have the consent decree that the community is still asking, why hasn't he brought forth any call to action to the community to know what is going on with the consent decree? Nobody has heard or seen anything. Then we have the problem that's going on at the, at the jail with all of the bus and all the different things that's going on. We had the state reps walk out for 5 inmates and have not walked out for all this dozen of inmates that's going on over here that's being murdered and killed at Fulton County Jail. So we have some big issues that's going on. My problem personally is that we have a federal judge, a state judge, a DA, your county attorney, we got your county clerk, got some board of commissioners that all are standing some in defense of the sheriff, of the narcissist and the malfeasance, the incompetent of things that he is doing. My concern is if all this stuff is being covered up for him, if something was to happen to me, what would you cover up? What would be covered up? Because if he can get away with all of the things that he is getting away with, stealing money, and I say stealing money because when you buy a van that costs $200 and something thousand, and we still haven't discussed where that have went, that is a
15
mismanagement of money. When you talk about $5,000 going to a turkey giveaway to Helen Willis in South Fulton and yes, we keep going back to these things.
Thank you.
Good morning. As you know, my name is J. Wesley Day, and I want to clarify that I have no pending charges on me at this particular time. 2 charges were dismissed. I pled no to another. However, with that, which was trespassing, however, it still prevents me from getting a professional job. I've been in gifted programs my entire life. I skipped 7th grade. I was junior class president, I was senior class president, I was homecoming king at Northern Illinois University. I have 2 bachelors, 2 masters, I'm all but dissertation, and I would have completed a doctoral program had Keith Gamage not escalated these charges, preventing me from getting funding. I want to talk about the Fulton County judges signing off on paperwork that took money, thousands of dollars from my mom's account. Like that truly hurts me. I was a member of Ebenezer Baptist Church, and they had a social justice forum. I had no clue Keith Gamage was there. I raised my hand, I was the first person to get the microphone, and I spoke about the injustice of me being charged when I was the victim. Days later, they started the process to garnish funds. Now, let's be clear. I owned my restaurant from 2010 to 2012, something like that. I got a $4,000
15
loan
seconds.
from Invest Atlanta. You don't find it interesting that they would wait over 10 years, days after I speak, to go after that $4,000 and take it from my mom's account? It's retaliation.
Walter Reeves, Workers' Representative, Atlanta mayoral candidate. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this August body. 2 issues. First, the Social Security Administration emergency. President Joseph Biden recently addressed this issue. He was introduced by Mr. Martin O'Malley. It is a serious issue. It will affect thousands of families here in this in Atlanta and Fulton County, and we are grateful for y'all. And please work with Food Bank to quadruple the amount of food in there. Second issue is if you could please, excuse me, type in bond market into a search engine, Google, and then hit news, and you will read about the emergency with the Treasury bond market is unfortunately breaking. If it does, then the entire municipal bond market would break. All municipal pensions would then become, unfortunately, insolvent. And I have working there with city land officials with the Reeves Pension Security Municipal Bill, and you have a copy here. And if you could please also inform Mr. Avery in Human Resources about this, and stay in touch with City of Atlanta Police Department. I will start negotiating with them in their favor. And if you could please follow that. You certainly remember the rancor with what happened with the Eastern Airlines pension when Eastern Airlines, it was then taken over by the federal government. And thank you very much for your attention to these matters. God bless y'all.
Good afternoon, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for entertaining. My name is David Yoakley Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of the Atlanta Preservation Center. I would like to beseech you to please support, I want to make sure I say it correctly, the West Side Tab Project. The agenda is 25-0216. My hyper-focus is obviously going to be on 143 Alabama Street, which is the former Constitution building. That's where Ralph McGill wrote many editorials which changed the direction of the city. That building's significance, its place next to Riches and so forth, is a hyper-focus of the city as we have more and more attention being brought next year, obviously, with the World Cup and other things. But the reality of it is proximity behind the MARTA station, the idea of what it does to anchor in the downtown community. These resources being invested is something that benefits all of Atlanta, and this is money that will be utilized that will benefit this city for generations to come. That building is a big deal. It's a massive, significant piece of the downtown Anchorage, and it just does so much to really tell the story of the city. And so often we look at the investment of all these things being something that can have this long-term sustainability. That building's activation signifies that Atlanta does matter. It speaks volumes of why Atlanta is significant, and it's very important for us to recognize that we have an architectural heritage that is unparalleled, that is unique, that is special. And so often the resources that we allocate towards these things are geared more towards this aspect of transactional, but Atlanta is unique. Atlanta is special. Atlanta does matter. Atlanta is significant. And these resources being utilized that way really does something to signify that. And it tells the global community that when they come here next year, they're seeing Atlanta. They're not just seeing some conglomerate or something that was fabricated for a one-time event. It's a special, special building. And I beseech you to support this with everything that you have. Thank you very much. And there's an old saying, be seen, be heard, and be gone. Thank you.
Good morning, Maria Gaudio, Fulton County. First, I'd like to offer praise to the BRE. They are trying to consolidate some of our precincts and voting locations. There are way too many precincts and voting locations, and they are making an effort to try to consolidate, which I totally support. However, in looking at the numbers, it looks like they're doing a wise thing by putting some of the smaller precincts together, but also some of the larger precincts are being put together, and I thought there was a 5,000 voter limit. So I think that needs to be looked at carefully. Also, it could interfere with some of the city council lines, city council districts. So I just want to make sure that that's been taken into consideration before any of this gets approved. The next thing is the absentee ballot printing contract was awarded to someone in Albany, New York. When we have somebody here in Georgia, the Tatinol Company, we know that there was a ballot problem in New York of absentee ballots between New York and Pennsylvania, and I really don't think that that was adequately corrected. And they're still working that out. I just don't understand why, when we need to have the lowest responsible bidder. Also, in the bid, it doesn't indicate postage, or if in the event of a typographical error, how that will be resolved. When we have somebody in Georgia who would, I'm sure, gladly drive it over to Fulton County rather than have it FedExed from New York, Albany, New York.
15 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 7 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. There's 2 election-related items on the agenda that I would also like to address. The first, 250283, precinct consolidation. I applaud the concept wholeheartedly, as it seems early voting is here to stay for at least the foreseeable future. Our precinct model is still based on an election day only voting scenario. However, the supporting documents for this consolidation they're trying to consolidate some large precincts of 3,000 and 5,000 active voters, as well as consolidation of many smaller precincts.
Excuse me, can we turn the volume up? We can't, it's difficult to hear.
I don't think I can. You got it?
Not really.
Hang on a second.
Hold on one second.
Okay. Is that better?
That's.
Am I blowing you guys away? Yes. My speaker's all the way down.
All right, continue.
Is that better?
Yes, much better, except for the echo. Okay, let's try again.
Is that better?
Yes. Go ahead.
Everybody hear me?
Go ahead. No, just. Is that me?
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me? We can hear you now.
Continue.
How's that? Can you guys hear me now?
For
Give me a
the,
heads up. Hello? Representative everyone. Yes, okay. All right. Hey, morning, commissioners. Two things I wanted to speak about. 25083 precinct consolidation. It seems like kind of a mixed thing. They're trying to consolidate some really large precincts and some really small things. I think further investigation is needed. I'm probably kind of running out of time. The other agenda item is the printing of ballots. The last three bidders were all close, within $9,000. You chose somebody in Albany, New York. This could add to potential chain of custody issues. I can imagine the route these ballots would be taking and the stops along the way. It's something I think we need to look into further. Tatnall could very well be a better alternative. They are local. And finally, please remember in your thoughts and prayers Paul Hershey, who passed away unexpectedly. I know Rob Pitts, Chair Pitts, I think he met with you a couple of times. He was a real good guy, and he passed away unexpectedly. So that's it, guys. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Matt Ruenzak.
That's a good guy.
Good morning, commissioners. Just a few things this morning. First of all, to the proclamation about Law Day, I think Fulton Superior Court needs to take that own advice to heart. I think we know Fulton Court is not known to be the most ethical and court of integrity. I'll give you one example. There is a case that has been sitting for 4.5 years. Does that sound like speedy justice to you? I don't think so. We also have an attorney who, Miss Perkins Hooker, and the current one, Miss Allen, the chair of the BRE, who decide to subvert the law and follow their own protocols. We've seen it multiple times, so I think the county needs to take its own advice. Two other things. As far as precinct consolidation goes, if this is only for the June and July elections, it needs to be looked at for all elections. We have a real issue in this county with precincts that have little to no voters. It is a waste of money, and it is, in the cases where you only have a handful of voters, it's a voter privacy issue, which is illegal. And lastly, for us using a vendor for absentee ballots that again is about 1,000 miles away, that means more touch points, right? More shipping facilities that has to go through. Why not use someone in state when we have that option? That is a very competitive bid, and I would argue a much more responsible choice. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Amara Kennedy.
Good morning, commissioners. It is good to be with you, and my apologies for not physically being there. Unfortunately, I had a little accident and have a small break in my right foot, but I wanted to just take some time this morning to once again just continue to thank you for the hard decisions that you have to make, but in those hard decisions, continuing to find ways to support art and culture throughout Fulton County, and to really ensuring that from every corner of the county, that we continue to remain culturally vibrant, culturally relevant, and culturally connected to all communities. So first of all, thank you, because I know that there are many hard decisions before you, and you continue to be creative in your ways to ensure that that commitment to art and culture sustains. I come to you this morning specifically as the board chair for Hammond's House Museum to thank you for the support that you have given as a legacy institution to Hammond's House and to our other legacy institutions. I often think about our relationship with Fulton County as we were birthed from Fulton County, as Fulton County being our parents. And the support that you have given these institutions, and specifically Hammond's House, has really allowed us to really do the work that we were all created to do in the communities that we serve. and go even beyond and to build collaborations, not only with other cultural institutions, but with other nonprofit organizations to really curtail some of the issues that we're having all across the county. So I just really wanted to take a moment to say thank you and to ensure that we are always doing our due diligence and letting you know that the investment that you all make in art and culture, specifically these legacy institutions, is a strong ROI in terms of so many things that are confronting you each and every day. And to just simply say
15
thank
seconds.
you. Thank you. And we look forward to having you at Hammond's House and at the many other cultural institutions that you support. Thank you all and have a blessed day.
The next person to speak is Chandra Stevens Albright.
I yield my time.
The next person to speak is Jugal Jain. Jugal Jain. And the next person to speak is DeAndre Allen. DeAndre Allen. Next person to speak is Waduda Muhammad. Waduda Muhammad. And with that said, that concludes the Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 8, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 250299, presentation of the Fulton County operational report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This morning, we will provide the monthly update on the justice system and jail facilities. Our focus areas today will include community development, customer service, and tax digest HB 92, and we'll round out the report in the finance and purchasing section.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started if we can pull up the justice presentation. And good morning, Commissioners. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. Can we pull up the operational report? I'm happy to get started, Commissioners, if you'd like me to, or if we want to wait for the screen to show.
Let's wait.
Okay.
Wait.
Yes, sir. And can we, go to the justice system update? Thank you. We go to the next slide. Starting with our justice system scorecard, the average length of stay had a small increase up to 47 days. I know we had a question last month in the board meeting about how this was calculated. So we did add a note at the bottom explaining that the calculation for the average length of stay includes those that have been booked out of the jail. We have a new slide later in the presentation showing the currently incarcerated average time in jail, which we'll get to shortly. Next, for our unindicted population, we've been able to resume automating our counts, and so we're now able to report again. For reference, we were at 16% of the population in December 2024 when we last reported, and are now up to 18% for March. The clearance rate for felony criminal cases saw a 23% improvement, up to 76% for the month of March. In felony cases disposed within 180 days and 365 days, both saw improvements up to 25% and 54% respectively. Go to the next slide. And the next one. And we'll move to our jail population update. Looking at the average monthly jail population, March saw an uptick in the average population to 2,539. And we had a one-day snapshot of 2,599 around the midpoint of April. Next slide. And here's just the chart representation. We can move to the next. And as I just mentioned, we have a new slide we're showing this month and can continue to do so, showing the length of stay for currently incarcerated individuals, and this is as of April 11th. For this one-day snapshot of 2,632 inmates, about 55% have been in jail for 90 days or less, and about 17% on the opposite end have been incarcerated for over a year. The average duration as of April 11th was 222 days, which is much more in line with the 279 days reported in the DOJ investigation. And for reference, that 279 days was calculated back in March of 2024. Next slide. Here we have our facility utilization for the jail population. As of April 10th, 1,707 beds were in use at Rice Street, with 575 beds offline for either the Jail Blitz program or for ongoing maintenance. And Mr. Joe Davis will give a further breakdown of the 575 beds in his facilities update. You move to the next. We've also been able to, now that we're able to resume reporting of our unindicted population, we can also resume reporting the aging of the unindicted population. About 82% of the unindicted individuals, the 483, about 82% of them, or 394 individuals, have been unindicted for 90 days or less. And as a comparison to when we last reported this data in December, the 90 days or less was at 81%, so holding fairly steady. Next slide. Here we have an update on our county-funded ankle monitoring program. 805 participants are on monitors as of March 31st. 556, or 69% of the participants, have been on a monitor for a year or less. And we have seen a month-over-month improvement since January of more individuals shifting to a year or under. In January, this number, or this percent, was about 60%. In February, we moved up to 65%. And again, now for the March numbers, we're up to 69%. So all moving in the right direction. Next slide. And here we have, and we can go to the next slide. Here we have our monthly update of the jail capital improvement program. Looking at the top, moving left to right, we have completed our initial major activities with the on-site assessments of Rice Street, the Marriott and South Annexes, and then the Atlanta City Detention Center. Our program management team is now developing the draft findings report and the accompanying baseline cost estimates to go along with those findings. Looking now at the upcoming activities, we look to have starting to have our scenario concept workshops in May, which will inform what scope options we may have before us, as well as more detailed cost estimates. We expect a final report out from our PMT in July, and we'll come to the board in August with formal recommendations. Overall, we have been tracking on schedule and continue good forward progress here. Next slide. And finally, we have our priorities. We do continue to refine and report jail system metrics and performance. As mentioned, we've been able to automate our unindicted counts now and now shift focus to resume reporting the full jail population analysis, which you'll recall that had been previously represented in that pie chart. And so we're looking to now fill out the rest of that and hope to have that resume reporting in the next month or so. And last, we're working with our courts to develop new case reporting and case management strategies, and are targeting midpoint of this year to begin reporting on those measures. And with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Mr. Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report, Mr. Naraki. Just one quick thing. On slide, number on it, the electronic monitoring update slide.
Yes, sir.
So just I think one, in the presentation of that one, maybe going forward, it wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe have like a double bar that would show where we were at the start of the year in those categories, and then like a total, because I know that's one of the things we're trying to track. So
do some trend analysis there for you.
Right. So I mean, couldn't find the February report, but the last number I saw was like January 27th, we were at 846 total participants. So obviously we're trending down, but it'd just be good to sort of visually see that. And would remind me too, we had funded this at a max of 1,400, or is it
15? Yeah, the cap at around 1,500 and change.
Capped it at 1,500. Okay. And I think the slide on length of stay for the currently is a good one too. So you're saying that we, in that DOJ report, which would have been measured at, it was 279 or 222, but the measurement date on that 279 was roughly?
It was March 2024, so about a year ago.
March 2024.
According to their report.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for clarifying that. That answers a lot of questions. And
Yes, ma'am.
the data, it's good to see. If we could see it on a repeated basis, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the unindicted jail population chart, you have that there are 3 that are greater than 1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there some conversation, or is there a way that you're identifying who that 3 is, and then you can, and with the justice partners to figure out why this is greater than 1 year? That category seems like it shouldn't even exist on this.
Yes, ma'am. There's always like just a one-off, and the fact that there's only 3, there might be 3 explanations individually why there are only 3 at a year or over. I think most of them historically have been competency issues where they can't be indicted because they can't stand trial. And so they're probably, they may be in Grady or some other health facility receiving treatment. Until that point, they remain unindicted. But we are in communication with the DA's office. We have historically passed this information on to her for her use. So those 3 individuals, or whatever number that is over a year, they are known.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question because on the monitoring, the electronic monitoring, it's great that we're getting down, and most of them are under a year, which is great. But we did get an update from the sheriff's office this week, as we usually do, leading into a board meeting, and he did talk about, or it wasn't him, but his office mentioned that Rice Street is particularly crowded right now, and in fact, there are, I forget the number, I know Commissioner Ivory, your team, Commissioner Thorne was there as well, but that there are a lot of people that are sort of waiting in the intake area and not able to move into beds because there aren't beds available for them. And so I guess my question is, do we know if the judges are using the monitoring program as much as they could be? In other words, are there people in the jail that could be looked at for monitors at this point? Or, I just don't, do we have any way to determine that?
I've been playing strictly a reporting function. I have not actively sought, I suppose, updates on what their process or approach is to assign ankle monitors. I know feeding into this, I believe the public defender's office and DA's office do hold, and I don't know, there's a regular cadence, I forget if it's monthly, twice a month, but it's a consent bond meeting that they hold where they'll go through lists, and I think Superior Court actually has a role in that as well, and I may be mistaken there, but they have a dedicated team to go through every individual that could possibly or potentially be on an ankle monitor and then recommend them. So I know that process is happening, but I don't know the details of the methodology, and then it's up to each individual judge to decide whether they are going to assign a monitor. And so that's where we have historically stopped short of, we don't try to influence that part.
Yeah, of course. I'm wondering maybe if we could, and I don't know how this would work, Mr. Chairman, but if we could maybe ask for them to come sort of give us some information or a report or update on how that's working for them.
Absolutely.
I think that would be super helpful.
I can
And they
coordinate
may
with-
say, we're doing the best, we've really got everybody in there on a monitor that can be.
Right.
But it would be good to know that.
I'd be happy to coordinate that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
I just have sort of a general statement. I mean, you're reporting, these other folks are elected officials. There's nothing that precludes them from picking up the phone and talking to each other if they've got issues in there. These are operational issues. They should be managed at that level. And the communication should funnel direct, not in a triangulated fashion. So that's just my personal statement on that.
Anything else? So just a general question here.
Yes, sir.
On page 7, it looks like the bookings are increasing on a monthly basis. Is that accurate?
They have, sir. They've been trending up. We saw a low point in January with the 2,400. And month over month now, there has been a general increase.
Okay, we should know, if we don't know, are we tracking how many are booked that could have been diverted? And the reason I ask that question is, as you know, money is tight here. We spend $400,000 on that PAD program and $2 million plus on the diversion program. So
Similar to the ankle monitors, I do know representatives from Superior Court and the Public Defender's Office also have requested to City of Atlanta, because they are the largest contributor of individuals into our jail system, specific data on any individual that is not sent to the diversion center, but they would appear to be eligible to be sent to the diversion center, a reason as to why they were not sent to the diversion center. That's something that APD had committed to track. If an individual is not sent to the diversion center, there's like a drop-down list of every reason why they would not divert them. And I know, again, the Superior Court and the public defender staff are trying to get their hands on that data, and so they can kind of further that initiative. Because understood, Chairman, the population has been ticking up month over month.
So your last statement is my next question. Do the officers have to provide them any information on why they took them to jail instead of diverting them?
We are told there's a monthly or quarterly, Justice Policy Board meeting, and Commissioner Abdurrahman, I believe, is one of the co-chairs of that board. We are told by APD in those meetings that their officers are required to fill out a reason why an individual would not be diverted.
Is that done?
We are trying to get our hands on that data. I say we, again, reps from Superior Court and Public Defender's Office are trying to get their hands on that data.
Why would it be necessary to try and not be able to access the information if we're partners?
I can't answer that, sir.
Well, I think that's a missing link in your operational report. So would you let them know that we're going to be looking for that? Because again, it's $400,000 on the PAD program and $2 million plus on the diversion program. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
going to use it or we're not going to use it?
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, one more point, Mr. Chair, on that specific thing. Mr. Nraki, you may want to reach out and maybe speak with, I don't know, whether it be maybe Judge McBurney or someone in the staff. I believe there is some form of report that they have generated that will have some level of detail on people that have been diverted and sort of some characteristics and that sort of stuff. And I don't know the cadence in which they're doing it, whether it's monthly or not, but perhaps if it is, and we could encompass that, or at least sort of the key points of that report into here, and then get a better understanding if there are resource needs for them to be able to compile this stuff and or do a better job of really driving, use of it, what those needs are. So. Because I had a conversation with Judge McBurney about that. As my understanding, they do have some level of reporting they're doing.
Yes, I think the composition kind of basic measurement or measures are reported, and it's either on a monthly or quarterly in advance of their board meetings. However, there's still that gap for individuals that aren't being diverted there, the why. But certainly we can add what information we do have, because I know Grady puts that report out. Happy to add the key takeaways.
Right, and then if there's like a resource that could be applied to say, okay, to try to do some analysis around who's not being diverted, like what that might be a good invest from us to kind of help assist with that. And we'd also talked with the accountability courts in the restructure and all that.
Right.
Some sort of reporting around that. So potentially those two things could be synced up and at least be included on, quarterly basis at a minimum, right? But I agree with the chair. We need to get some data that whether this stuff is actually working or not.
Yes, sir.
And then again, related to that, this point system that I'm hearing about now, where officers receive points for the number of people that are you familiar with that?
I cannot comment on that, sir.
You can't comment.
I don't know about it, sir.
Okay, well, we need to look into that. I hear that there's a point system where you get like brownie points for the number of people that you book into the jail versus send to diversion. Is that, you don't know?
I know nothing about that, sir.
Could you ask about that?
I can't ask about that.
Because that seems to be rewarding people for
Going to
booking them
runs.
in versus utilizing PAD and the diversion center.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joseph Davis, Real Estate and Asset Management. This portion of the operational report addresses the jail blitz plan as well as overall jail maintenance. As of today, we are 64%
Could you
complete.
speak?
Sorry, is that better? Perfect. So as of this morning, we're 64% complete with the blitz. However, we are scheduling our closeout walkthrough this afternoon of Housing Unit 7 North. The update from this morning is that the touch-up painting will be completed here in the next couple of hours, so we'll be turning that unit back over to the Sheriff's Office, releasing additional beds. We are beginning the blitz of Area 3 North. This is an area where residents have physical and/or behavioral health needs. In addition to the blitz, we've done clinical level cleaning of 3 North in advance of the blitz. This will be in conjunction with the same cleaning for the medical observation unit as well as 3 South. We have determined that there is significantly less damage in this unit than what we have experienced throughout the blitz program. We are projecting a completion of May 16th with overall blitz completion between the months of July and August of this year. Next slide, please. You heard Mr. Nowaki reference beds under repair. This is a breakdown of where those beds are currently located. We have 204 beds on both 1 North and 3 North. 1 North due to frequent flooding that presents an operational challenge for the Sheriff's Office to move inmates on a timely basis in order to address those without operational discomfort. 3 North is vacant, as that is the current blitz unit. We have and have been reporting 2 zones on 6 South, zones 200 and 500, that are offline due to the need for major repairs. Same scenario applies to zones 400 and 600 on 7 South, where there's significant damage requiring the removal of the inmates from the floor in order to complete the work. There's 1 final zone on 7 North, zone 500, where there is an extensive plumbing repair being completed. We had a pipe chase, actually 2 pipe chases that inmates had accessed that were so badly damaged, it rendered that housing unit unusable. We are projecting to complete that next week. Next slide, please. This is a jail maintenance performance overview. For the month of March 2025, we've completed approximately 84% of all work orders issued during the month. There were 1,175 total issued, with 84% of those being completed in the month of March. 93 additional March work orders were completed thus far as of April the 10th, for a total completion percentage of all work orders submitted in March to 92%. The total combined amount of work orders that were completed during the month of March, this includes work orders issued in the month and any outstanding work orders that are in the backlog, which we will discuss a little bit later, but they completed almost 1,800 work orders from March 1st through April the 10th. On the preventive maintenance side, we had 390 preventive maintenance work orders scheduled, where 328 were completed, for also a completion percentage of 84%. Our current work order backlog as of April the 10th is 1,272 work orders. This is a 15% reduction from our last report, where we reported 1,501 work orders. Upcoming blitz areas represent 701 of the open work orders. You'll see the chart at the bottom of the page is a 3-month overview that compares for the months of January, February, and March, the work orders that have been issued, those that were issued and completed within the month, as well as the work that was completed outside of the work orders that were issued in the month of March. Next slide, please. We currently have, this is a overview of the backlog work orders to give a sense of how long they've been outstanding. We have 29% of our total number of open work orders are less than 30 days old. 33% are between, or 417 are between 30 and 90 days, and 38% or 486 work orders are greater than 90 days. To your bottom right, you have a graphical depiction of the information just shared. Next slide, please. This is an update on our immediate repairs, the fire alarm upgrade. You see here that it was initially slated to begin on May 19th. However, we have received some good news from our vendor Siemens that was selected. They are putting together a new schedule as the materials have come in earlier than expected. We expect this project to kick off in the next week or so, but we will provide more updates as that situation evolves. The pad cell work at Jail South Annex was completed back in January. We have kitchen equipment that was a part of a board action item. That equipment has been ordered. We were originally anticipating April the 21st as a receipt date. However, we've just received an update that May 9th is the date. We may receive certain aspects of the order prior to May 9th, but we do know that the last piece of equipment will arrive on May 9th and subsequently be installed. As reported previously, the laundry equipment replacement is on hold. Our current equipment is fully operational. We've received information from 2 different vendors that tariffs are significantly impacting their cost models, and those are changing almost every day. The elevator modernization, we were targeting May 1st for the advertisement of the solicitation. We had an additional meeting with the Sheriff's Office to determine the scope for security moving forward. We will be changing the way the facility, the elevators are operated, providing the Sheriff's Office with centralized control or override control from their Central Security Control Office so that they can either control the elevators by a rider using an elevator, or if that person's not on duty, they can switch the control back to the localized at the elevator itself. We anticipate having those specs over to purchasing sometime early next week. Next slide. And that will be all of the report as it relates to maintenance and blitz, and I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions? No questions, thank you.
We'll now move forward with our focus area highlights. Today, we will highlight community development, which will provide information on our recent work, how we accomplish that work through our partnerships with cities and nonprofits to meet diverse needs here in the county. That will be followed by a customer service report from Bridget Bailey, our customer service director, and she will highlight how we work in her department to be responsive to constituents. So Stan, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Stan Wilson, Community Development Director. First, I'd like to begin with one of our flagship programs, the Community Services Program. Here we see the list of service areas where we provide funding to nonprofit groups, and those are our 6 primary areas. Our 2025 Community Services funding recommendations will be coming to you on May 21st. And also there in 2024, over 53,000 constituents received assistance through the program, and we funded 145 agencies. Another key area where we're involved in is helping youth, and we have youth programs, the Youth Commission. In February, we actually inducted 31 new Youth Commission members, and that group actually works out in terms of advocating for youth. They also get involved in local government and legislative items as well. Another exciting area that we've been involved with since COVID is Connected Youth Leadership Program. That's primarily an online-based program that really focuses on leadership, also helping with educational guidance and helping develop youth career pathways as well. Excitingly, in last year, 238 students participated in the program. We also had 36 high schools engaged, and also, we were able to provide 11 students with a paid summer internship as well. My Brother's Keeper Mentorship Initiative, we work with nonprofit groups. And we're also doing mentoring and training for youth. And those are young boys and men, 12 to 24. Next slide, please. Our municipal partners, we work with cities to provide funding. It's federal community development block grant dollars. And with that funding, it's used for infrastructure and other public improvements, and also to park and facility improvements. We've got 7 projects right now that we're currently working with cities on, and those projects are funding over $850,000, and that's federal CDBG dollars. We have a home repair program primarily focusing on seniors, and last year we were able to repair 39 homes. We're using federal dollars as well as general fund dollars. This year we've got over $800,000 between the two, the majority of that general fund. So we're able to go out and repair homes, and really repair homes for seniors to help them to age in place. HOP is our home ownership program, down payment assistance. We work to provide first-time home buyers with down payment assistance and closing cost assistance. We've been able last year to help 24 first-time home buyers, and we spent approximately $330,000 in federal home dollars. Next slide, please. Fulton County is the lead agency for the continuum of care. You can think of the continuum of care as an organization with individuals and groups that are focused on ending and preventing homelessness. One of the key things that we have in place is working with Gateway to provide a homeless assessment centers. And that's primarily our coordinated intake. So that's where people actually enter the system, those experiencing homelessness. And the intake is done at the 2 centers, one in North Fulton, one in South Fulton. Some of the services that are provided: outreach and engagement, case management, also housing assistance and referrals. And those referrals are for housing, but also any other service needs as well. And we got 5 agencies that are funded with COC dollars, and those agencies provide permanent supportive housing. So that's getting persons housed, but also providing those wraparound services as well. This year, we received $3 million from HUD for the program. That's up $218,000 from the previous years. And I just want to mention a few other things that we're working on in the area of homelessness. One is we're partnering with the City of Atlanta. We're on their task force addressing homelessness, so we're part of that group. Another area for summer and winter shelter. When the extreme heat or extreme cold, we provide transportation services to help people get to and from the shelter. And that's a partnership, here again, working with the City of Atlanta. Also, our CSP program, I mentioned the categories. Last year, almost $1 million went toward homelessness assistance through the CSP program, funding 25 agencies. Next slide, please. This is just an example of some of our key performance indicators from last year. The team did a great job in meeting all of our targets, but one of the critical targets I want to make mention of is our HUD CDBG timeliness. We met timeliness for the 3rd year in a row, and that's based on spending the adequate amount of dollars per the regs to make sure that we keep the program moving. Each November, they look at how much we spent, and we only can have about 1.5 times our current grant. So we've always exceeded that the last 3 years, so that's continued to work well. Next slide, please. Some of the new program that we've got in development, a Youth Homeless Systems Improvement Grant. That's a $2 million grant we received from HUD. The focus of those dollars is to improve our system for engaging and assisting youth dealing with homelessness. So it'll improve our intake system, data system, also expand our partners, and also, too, that's a partnership we're working with the City of Atlanta with as well. Tenant-based rental assistance is a program that we're going to launch this year, and that's going to provide 2 years, up to 2 years of rental assistance, and then, too, our supportive services and homeless prevention. That's home op dollars. All of these programs are funded with HUD dollars, but that's going to provide case management, housing search assistance, also to assisting with financial assistance, rent, utility, as well as security deposit assistance. Next slide. And I'll certainly take any questions that you have.
All right, are there questions, Commissioners? Any questions? Well, somebody has that. Go ahead.
I just have a quick question. On your first-time home buyer eligibility, what are those requirements? Or if you could give me a
Sure.
few.
The first-time homebuyer program is funded with federal dollars. So the first eligibility requirement is income. So it serves 80% or less of median income. With the federal dollars, we work with the cities that are in a cooperative agreement with us. So that's the other criteria. Then we look for first-time home buyers. And then the property that they have, HUD has a maximum purchase price. So homes have to be at or below $330,000.
And what are the cities that are in the co-op program? Do you know them offhand?
Sure. City of Alpharetta, College Park, East Point, Fairburn, Hayville, Palmetto, and Union City. You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? Just one general one. Have you and others calculated or made an attempt to calculate the impact on our general fund if the federal cuts take place?
We've looked at the programs that would be impacted. I'm not prepared to give that now, but that's something that we're tracking and we're looking at as we move forward. So that's something that we can certainly put together and get to you.
So right now, but no one is really following that. I mean, it's pretty simple to do. You know how much we get from the federal government.
Well,
so you back that out, and that we'll have to take it up out of the general fund or say no to.
The annual CDBG dollars is $1.2 million, and $575,000 is what we get from home. So between those two, you're looking at an impact of about $1.7 million.
Mr. Chairman, we actually have a slide later in the deck
Okay.
that talks about our grants, just to give you a general idea of what our
It has
total
to be a lot more than that.
total grant exposure is. Yes, sir, it is. So we'll I'll actually cover that slide with the board later.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bridget Bailey, Director of Customer Experience. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about customer service and some of the things that we've been doing in the department. So if I could get that first slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Commissioners, as you are aware, Fulton County Customer Service Division is a division within the County Manager's Office, and we work with the departments on service delivery efforts within them for programmatic efforts and actually following the customer service policy. Most of you all are familiar with us as being the primary telephone and in-person contact, kind of that voice of Fulton, the first face that people see. But we actually do a lot more than that, so I'm going to highlight some of those things that we do. One of the things in our department that we do is a lot of complaint resolution and monitoring. We have complaints that funnel through. Not that many, thank goodness, but we do have some that funnel through. And so we work with the departments and customers to resolve any sort of complaints that come through so that customers don't get the runaround, and we want to take a handle of that and actually take ownership and make sure we walk customers through those complaints and get those resolved for them. We work closely with our strategy and performance management department on developing customer service metrics and also customer satisfaction surveys to gauge how we're doing service delivery within the county. We also do something that a lot of people aren't familiar with, but some departments have taken advantage of, and we actually provide some what we call our consulting services. Basically, we offer pain point surveys where we will go into a department if stakeholders are having a problem with actually doing business. We'll take a look and say, what are your pain points and how do we get rid of them? And we'll work with the stakeholders and with the department to resolve that and maybe put some measures in place and make some allowances so that stakeholders can better do business with the county. We do also service delivery reviews. We will look at a department to identify what are your gaps in service, where are some things that you could do, what are some other services that you can offer, what resources do you need to offer those services, and we will work with them to develop a plan to work into that. We provide one-on-one coaching. There may be departments who need some more personalized customer service coaching for their staff or an individual person, and we'll go in and work with them, sit with that department or sit with that employee within that department and help them to walk through getting that sort of more personalized training that they may need to make sure we're delivering service. We are often asked to present at department retreats on customer service and government. We've also been asked to present at external agencies, which we will go do as well. We've presented at the CPM conference. We've presented at some State of Georgia functions as well when called upon, so we offer that as well. We work closely with DCRC in providing translation services to our citizens as well as those services for the hearing impaired. So people who may need assistance there, we have the ability to make sure that we're able to service them, and that's in partnership with DCRC. We manage the county's employee recognition program, the Customer Service Legend Program. Since inception, we've had about 650 legends that we have recognized from that time of 2018, and of last year we did 114. We also do what we call our customer service pop-ups, and that's where we go to departments really to say a means of saying thank you for the great work that they do. We will often get compliments for those departments that have gone above and beyond the call of duty. It may not be one person in particular, so we like to recognize them, and we try and do that on a quarterly basis. We manage the customer satisfaction kiosk process, and we operate that in conjunction with IT. We call it a kiosk, but it's really an iPad on a stand. But it's our way to actually get some immediate feedback from customers who do business with us, and they are able to give us that feedback. Reports are sent to that department every night, and that way if there's negative feedback, we can address it within 24 hours. And so that's something that we've been doing. Excuse me, Commissioners. We have currently 11 departments participating. Those are in our more forward-facing departments with 114 satisfaction kiosks across the county. So those are some of the other things that we do outside of what people are kind of more familiar with us. I'm going to talk a little bit about our past accomplishments. When I came in this position in 2017, one of the things that we wanted to address was the county did not have a formalized customer service policy. So one of the things that we did and this board approved was to develop the customer service policy and procedures, which is what we operate by today. And that has been successful in having that so that our employees are aware of what the expectations are. You can't manage somebody and expect them to deliver service if you don't define what those are. So we've been able to do that. We work closely with external affairs and IT in partnership during the website and intranet redesign, which is, has gone very well and still underway. We work closely with DREAM on the signage and wayfinding project. As you all know, we open the information center in the government where we usually see about 14,000, 15,000 people there per year. So it has been very successful in helping customers. We worked with our HR training division some years ago to develop the internal customer service training program, which we've had about 3,000 or more employees go through. It is a mandated training program, and that's where we actually teach the policy to our employees so they know the expectations. In 2019, we also won 2 national awards from NACO, the Achievement Awards, and also the All-Star Customer Service Award in our division. Fast forward to 2024, as you know, we won the Organization of the Year award last year from the National Customer Service Association as well. We also, of course, you know, we experienced some challenges with the cybersecurity incident, but we were successfully able to work with IT to restore all call centers and phones within the county. One of the things that I'm really happy about, and I'm sure everybody could be happy about, when the county manager came, one of his big initiatives was customer service. And that first year we rolled out customer satisfaction in the bonus program. That was an 83% satisfaction rate that we set for the bonus to kick in. Well, I'm proud to say we did meet that then. But right now, if we look at all Fulton County departments, we're averaging over 94% for Fulton County customer satisfaction, and that succeeds all industry standards, both in the public and private sector. So customer service is a priority, and we're doing it right here in Fulton County, so that's a good thing. And just a little personal plug, one of the things I'm really proud of, our entire Fulton County customer service team is fully certified. And so that's a great thing, and we also have 3 CPMs with another one on the way. Next slide, please. A couple of things that we measure in terms of our key performance measures. Customer Service Division is ranking about 99% in terms of customer satisfaction. We, of course, as I mentioned, the complaints, we are escalating those as need be within our time frame. We're also resolving those within our time frame at 100%. We are going to make sure as soon as we get it, we're on it. We don't let it sit. We're going to follow back up, and so we're meeting that goal. Average time in the queue, when you think about call center, industry standard is less than 20 seconds. We are at 12. So we are certainly doing pretty good in that area as well. Next slide, please. Here's where we get a little bit into some of our other metrics. In terms of the number of calls received, This 36,305 is a little bit of an anomaly. During, of course, first quarter of last year, you know, we had the cyber attack, so we were not able to fully calculate the number of calls that we get. So this number reflected here is lower than what normally is. We average about 55 to 60,000 calls a year through that 4,000 line that we operate. I will say there again, another industry standard, we are exceeding. Normal call centers run anywhere between 17 to 18,000 calls, and as you can see where we are certainly far exceeding that. Our information desk, as I mentioned, we have a little over 14,000. We typically see that every year on an annual basis. Our customer service emails, that was a little bit high, and we had a couple of anomalies there as well. We average about 15, 16,000 a year. This was higher, there again, due to the cybersecurity attack, because that was the way that we could communicate for that time period that we were down, so that was our main mode. We're looking at almost 3,000 calls that we get at night calls, night and weekends calls. Those all have to be addressed and handled as well. Same thing for our emails that come through. So we're addressing those. And our customer satisfaction surveys, we're doing very good there in terms of that. And we have a good percentage with the 5,128 that we did for last year. So Commissioners, I hope that gives you just an idea of some of the things that we do, some of our targets, what we're doing, where we're meeting, and how the county is performing overall as a whole. And I'm open for any questions should you have any.
All right, questions? No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, Commissioners, Mike Rowicki, Strategy and Performance Management Office. Today we're here to give you an update related to some of the questions from the last board meeting to House Bill 92, which is an update cleanup to the House Bill 581 that was previously adopted last session. With that, today in the audience, we do actually have our tax assessor staff and our tax commissioner staff here to assist with any questions, along with the IT director with any of the slides or information that you guys may have questions on. So what we want to actually do is actually highlight a few things for you. With this, again, House Bill passed both the House and the Senate, was signed by the governor on April 1st of 2025. The bill is actually effective for the 2025 year. And this actually took into account a consolidation with House Bill 370. With this bill, what it actually incorporated into it was, again, the 5-acre cap that was there for the floating homestead exemptions. It limited the homestead exemptions to just the primary residence, added the language back that provided clarification about the spouses that are there surviving a deceased, that they do not need to reapply for the homestead exemption, and also gave some clarification to that rollback rate that was part of House Bill 581 for, again, defining it as for general maintenance and operational cost is what the funding can be used for, and that rollback rate does not need to be set until 15 days prior to the postmark of the annual notice of assessment. Originally, we were scheduled that for the beginning of March of this year for getting all those set, but into the future, that will actually only have to be 15 days before the notices go out. Next slide, please. Okay, part of what we want to provide to you is some updates on the programming that was related to some of the questions. So we just want to assure you that the teams, IT, tax assessor, tax commissioner, and Tyler are all working diligently to put into place everything that is needed to implement House Bill 92 across the board for the county to make sure that our tax digest and billing process goes out correctly. With that, from the IT standpoint, again, the Department of Revenue has confirmed that all the approval of all the forms that are required for us to program into the system, Tyler is currently working through that process and implementing those forms into our formats. There was actually a data refresh of our test environment that has been completed, that is taking all the new data from our development system, putting that into the test. So therefore, as we're testing the forms, everything can be checked to make sure that it is working properly. Testing for staff is currently underway. And as they are going through that process, tax assessors, tax commissioners are asking Tyler and IT clarification questions, noting if there are any errors, any changes that need to be addressed as they're going through that. And that is a work in progress. Staff is working with the vendor on actually processing and speeding up how our data is actually being transferred currently. So therefore, again, things will happen more efficiently and more in real time. Also, currently there is an FTP site that exists for the cities to download all their data once it is finalized for estimates. And that FTP site is being updated with the additional fields that will be required to implement House Bill 92. Next slide. From the tax assessor's office point of view, again, they have gotten the guidance from the Department of Revenue. They have reformatted the tax assessment notices as received and are working through that process. Staff has provided direction to our computer-assisted master appraisal system, or CAMA, a vendor for programming and testing currently. That is underway. The team is working with external affairs and updating any educational or materials, handouts, those types of items for public outreach and communications. And we plan to bring that back to the board at a future meeting in May once we've kind of finalized that format and give you guys a briefing on that. Changes were reviewed with the Board of Assessors for any system programs, procedural modifications according to the bill, so make sure that they were aware of that. Specifically, that was mainly due to the homestead exemption now, where people can actually apply for that homestead exemption during the 45-day appeal period. Next slide. From the tax commissioner's input, the big thing is the tax bills. We'd like to note that the tax bills have been redesigned for the new look that will be required in 2025. That design has been presented to Tyler for the development. They're currently working through that process and going back and forth with the tax commissioner's office on options and any items or questions that they have. The return date for the proofing should be around the middle of May for that approval process. Once that redesign is proof accepted by Tyler and the tax commissioner, the new tax bill paper and envelopes will have to be ordered to fit the size that is specified based off of the changes. The tax commissioner has actually worked with all of the vendors for the paper and the envelopes, talked to them, and the vendors estimate that that turnaround time will be about 10 to 12 weeks once that order has to be placed. And if we put that into that middle of May, going for the proofing and approval, looking at our proposed work plan schedule that does fit into our timeframes for when we propose bills to go out. Next slide. Previously, you guys may have seen a slide deck where we had put a little bit more detailed work plan in there. We actually changed that out because that work plan is actually something that changes every meeting after we've kind of talked through issues. So we wanted to kind of highlight some of the big items and dates and times that we'll be looking at. So for our work plan, we actually estimate that the assessment notices will be sent out for the middle of June. The millage rate is scheduled to be adopted by the BOC at the beginning of August. Submission of the tax digest to the state is proposed for the the end of August. And then tax bills are tentatively proposed to be sent out at the end of August as well. Again, the schedule that we work with, we meet every 2 weeks with the group as a whole. We talk through any issues, and then we adjust accordingly if something has to take a couple extra days or something we can talk about moving back and forth in order to fit into our proposed schedules or work plan. Next slide, please. And with that, we will open it up for any questions you guys have related to House Bill 92 or the tax digest.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Owicki. I guess my first question is, why are you doing this presentation? And I don't mean that sarcastically, but the responsibility of this work rests with the people behind you. And part of what, reason why I asked for this to be here was, and I appreciate the detail in terms of the sausage making on all this, but recognize that probably generally mechanically, most of us kind of, I start to glaze over with some of this, but what we really want to hear is we're going to be able to get all this stuff done. It's going to come through clean. We understand what our citizens are going to be getting when they get an assessment notice, and that it's clear to them what they're looking at, and that we're going to get assessments out on time. We're going to be, being able to consider and adopt a millage rate on an adequate time, and bills are going to be out on time. That's what we want to know, right? And, and was looking to hear from the folks that are responsible for it. So, that would be my first question, not for you, but for your counterparts. Or, are we going to be ready? I mean, this is what we're looking for some assurance of you. And what are you concerned about? And what are the contingencies that could delay us?
I had the same question, so thank you for asking it.
Okay.
Not you.
Okay.
Not
Yep.
you. Step back and looking for responses from the three parties behind.
Well, good morning, Commissioner Ellis. Thank you for your question. I think, as Mr. Rewicki has said, we meet every 2 weeks as a team. And so we are in lockstep between what has to happen with the legislation, the work that has to be done by these business units, whether the tax assessor or the commissioner's office. And then, of course, from the IT perspective, we are meeting with Tyler multiple times a week. I mean, my team was on last night working through changes that are coming through to make sure that they're accurate. And so this is a top priority for our office to make sure that the technology is meeting the needs of those requirements that are coming through the legislative process. And we've done this with Tyler year over year to make legislative changes, and we continue to hit those dates to get those assessments out, to get our bills out in a timely manner. And we're always trying to move that date up as much as we can to increase our collection rate. So I think if we see a red flag, we're gonna speak to it. We're gonna bring it to the attention here, to the attention of the leadership behind me as well, to make sure we stay on task.
Okay, again, I'm glad you answered that question, but I'm really looking for ultimately the two people that are responsible for, one, getting the assessments out, what they're going to say, what's going to be on them, and then ultimately the bills out.
Good morning, Commissioners. Roderick Connolly, Board of Assessors Office. I will highlight a couple things. First, let me start with the notices. We are traditionally used to maybe a singular notice for taxpayers, but due to House Bill 92, there will be 3 different formats of notices, and to be contingent upon those taxing jurisdictions that have provided those estimated rollbacks. The second point that I will highlight is the 45-day appeal period that was previously mentioned. Taxpayers will have the ability to file for homestead, whether it's for appeal or if they just choose, maybe forgotten, they have the ability to file for a homestead at that point. Now, there's either going to be some programming or some procedural things that we're going to have to take a look at, because I would imagine there'll be some who truly have the intent to file for 2026, meaning the next year, but then there will be some who will meet all the qualifications, mainly owning as of January 1st, that will have the intent of filing for 2025. So we're currently talking to leadership and trying to work through those processes.
Okay. Again, I'm not, what you're telling me, I don't know that I have confidence that, so right now we're saying that traditionally we've had notices go out in pretty much the end of May, right? That's
Mid-June, mid to late June.
Well, I mean, they bounced around, but, many times they've gone out around Memorial Day weekend. I mean, I kind of know this as a marker because when I start to get phone calls, right? I mean, I know it's bounced around a couple of weeks. But so our target now is the middle of June.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so it is going to be, so do we have the format in which they're going out? Is that wired down, or are we still messing around with what's going to be the words on the page?
So we received the formats from the state mid last week. We then forwarded those formats to our camera provider for programming. Once that programming has been completed, they're provided back to us for review and testing.
So you have the format and you pass it on to somebody to program it?
Correct.
All right, and then no more changes to the format. It's,
We're hopeful. We're hopeful.
okay. And this, the last time we did a reformatting of the tax assessment notice was a long time ago?
It's been a while. It's
All
been a
right.
while.
Okay. What's going to be in the assessment notice that goes out besides the assessment notice itself?
So there will be 3 different notices this year. The first notice is going to be the rollback notice. So all those, for a singular parcel that receives a notice, if all of the taxing jurisdictions have provided the estimated rollback, they'll receive the rollback notice, and it will reflect the estimated rollback rate. If they do not, they will receive the estimated tax notice. And at the bottom, it will reflect something that we are traditionally familiar with, is the estimated taxes. But then there will be a third, it will be the hybrid notice. And so you may have a notice or a parcel that some have provided the estimated rollback and others have not. And that's when they will receive the hybrid, and it will reflect both the estimated rollback and the estimated taxes.
Okay. All right. That's the state-required document that you've handed over to be programmed.
Correct.
All right. Are we going to put anything in these in additional that's our supplementary communication to help people understand this is what this is in layman's terms, you know, et cetera? Here are your rights, et cetera.
Yes, we've been in conversation with Ms. Corbett and the Center Affairs. She may be able to elaborate, but we are looking at a potential insert to maybe create like a diagram so folks can understand what each field means on one side, and then a more of a one-pager just to kind of highlight those key points that may have changed from the legislation on the other side as an insert with a notice. Of course, we'll update our website, giving a diagram of all the notices, the new notice formats, and some other key talking points that they may want to be familiar with.
When is that communication going to be ready? I mean, we're 2 months out. I guess that's got to be programmed in and hand over to somebody too.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we have previously worked with the tax assessor's office on developing kind of a mock-up explainer of assessment notices. When he received those from the Department of Revenue last week, he provided them to our staff so that we could also begin preparing those mock-ups. So that is in process. We have also been, as part of our tax team meeting last week, our communication plan really focuses on what people see differently, so what pieces of the notice look different this year, as well as any rights and responsibilities that have changed. So looking to one additional sheet as an insert in the assessment notice resources, you know, that printing and stuffing and all of that, but that's underway now. We're developing that to be prepared to be released along with that. It is our plan, as I think Mr. Wicki said, to have those pieces prepared in the month of May. So we're building them out now and should be on track to have those ready in early May.
Early May. Okay. And you were going to distribute those to?
Those would be distributed as part of the notice, but also to all elected officials of the taxing authorities who may get questions about it. One part of the law that is different is really highlighting taxing jurisdictions that chose to opt out of the floating homestead exemption. There's some specific language really pointing to those taxing jurisdictions. So we feel like they should have this information as well if they start getting questions from constituents.
Okay. So, Mr. Connolly, just another question for you. So this change also created this additional opportunity to file homestead?
Yes, sir.
All right, just walk through what that means. So normally I have to file my homestead by April 1st, right?
Correct. The deadline is for filing for homestead for that current tax year is April the 1st.
Okay.
So starting April 2nd until the day we mail out the notice, if you file for homestead, it'll be for tax year 2026.
Okay.
So once we send out the notice, that 45-day appeal period that is associated with the notice, you will have another opportunity for those who may have missed to file for homestead. You do not have to file an appeal. You can simply file for homestead for the 2025 tax year, that
Or
current
20.
year.
Okay. So if I file for my homestead on April 2nd, and you got it, it's only going to apply to 2026?
Well, by law. And so we've also had communications about how we can notify the taxpayer. So we would attempt to run a query and send out some kind of leaflet pamphlet to those taxpayers who may have been affected. And so we can run a query of our system, identify those taxpayers that may have been affected, and kind of give them some form of notice.
I mean, do we have I mean, it sounds good on paper, but that's a whole nother process to be able to do, activate, make sure we hit everybody, et cetera.
Well, I don't think, as soon as that appeal period hit, I don't think it'll be a difficult task to run that query and develop. We will already have the.
But by the time you get it out to them, right, you know, you run it, you whatever, then you're already eating into their 45 days.
That's fair.
So in the notices, in the communication that's gonna go out, is it gonna speak to this, you know, homestead thing?
Yes, I think that's one of the most important rights that has changed, property owner or homeowner rights that has changed as part of this legislation is that additional window for homestead exemptions. Another thing that we have not yet done, but will do with working with Mr. Conley, is prepare some signage for his offices so that and for the website so that people who apply either online or in person will also have that additional information that, you know, just explaining that. Again, we're getting a lot of information quickly, of course, so we're building this communication plan as we're flying the plane, so to speak. So there are some things that are continuing to
So like
evolve.
operationally, right, I mean, I filed my thing on April 20th, and this thing comes out, and I call up the tax assessor's office and say, oh, you know, I want this to apply to, do I need to do something? And you say, yeah, and they're like, okay, could you just use my thing I already submitted? Is that it? Or do I gotta file a whole nother application?
Well, there's still some things that we have to run by our attorney's office just to get some advice and make sure that we are legally permissible. But that is kind of some of the ideas that we've kind of been thinking about.
Okay, well, I think we need to nail them down, not be just thinking about them. And within this homestead filing period, is it just for the base homestead? Or let's say I've got, you know, I have a base homestead, and then now I figured out, oh, I'm actually eligible for 2 or 3 other special exemptions. Do I have the opportunity to apply for that during this 45-day period, or is that open to interpretation?
No, yes, sir, it'd be for any and all.
Any and all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then thank you. I got a question now for Dr. Ferdinand.
Yes, sir.
So as I understand it, in terms of, once the notices go out and all that, that helps you then start to formulate the data and all that sort of stuff that's go to digest preparation.
That's correct.
And part of that factors in is exemptions.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So with this 45-day extension, we don't know what the actual exemptions are until the end of that 45-day period.
That's correct.
Plus, we don't know, I mean, we always don't know appeal, but you can kind of estimate around that.
We usually know the appeals.
Okay. Do you feel like you can estimate around this exemption thing too enough to that your time frame for a digest preparation does not get extended for 45 days? That's basically, you understand my question?
I understand your question. Usually, during the process, we are always at the whim of the tax assessors and the completion of their jobs. And so this is no different. So we will have to wait until they get their parts finished before we could finalize our part. But we'll be working on it in the meantime. But as soon as they're finished, it'll probably be about a week before we're able to complete our part to send to the Revenue Commissioner. But this is a normal process for us. So we basically do, every year, have to do some cleanup work in terms of trying to fit in things very, very quickly after the assessors are finished.
So you don't feel as if this 45-day additional period for filing the exemptions will elongate your digest prep cycle that you've normally had?
It would probably elongate it, but no different than every year.
Wait.
Every
You said
year,
two different
I go
things.
through the same thing. I mean, for example, last
Right.
year, the board did not approve their digest, their value, their millage rate till very late, and I had to come in very quickly behind it and try to do things very quickly. Before that, the board probably took away the values from the Board of Assessors. You remember those years? And very quickly had to come behind it.
Right, but
So
this is,
I'm always adjusting based on what's happening in front of me.
I understand that. I'm not trying to hold you necessarily to a specific date, but what I'm really just.
Thank you.
The competence of this 45-day appeal period, is it more or less likely to elongate the cycle such that if, let's say, the assessments don't get out till the third week of June?
It certainly will. It certainly
Okay.
will. And
So there is some concern about the potential, this cycle could get potentially elongated.
it could.
And it could. All right. So we don't know affirmatively that, the end of August for submission, there's some variables in here that could throw that off.
There are some variables, and they are mainly with the Board of Assessors. But to me, that's normal business.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
I just had a quick question on the 45-day additional. So we still, in a perfect world, you still want people to get their homestead exemptions in by the 1st so that you have most of the data. Is that true?
Correct,
So that's still technically the deadline.
correct.
But then there's this extra 45-day period that, like, if you missed it, you can still do it.
Correct.
So, like, logistically, would it matter if everybody waited and did it within that window with the extra 45 days? Like, I mean, I'm just asking for clarity's sake as a citizen, wouldn't it just be easier to say the deadline is whatever that date is, June 15th or whatever? And you know what I'm saying? So that because this idea that get it in by here, but then you can still also get it in here feels confusing. So is there an advantage to having it in chunks like that? Like having it by the end of April or by April 1st and then the second batch that might come for the people who missed it?
Well, I would definitely imagine there would definitely be some benefits for those who may have forgotten, right?
Sure.
And this being a new requirement, we're still preparing to share our ideas with the county attorney's office so that we can then flush out and finalize our plans to make sure we're addressing in all concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit to capture some of what Vice Chair Ellis was saying, I do think it's already a fairly confusing process for people between getting the assessment notice, what's on it, which jurisdictions are charging what, and then you don't pay this, it's just the assessment, then you get the tax bill. I do think it's a pretty confusing process. So, and it does seem like these changes may make it even more confusing. So I think from my perspective, I'm just looking for us to do the best we can to simplify it as much as possible and then explain it the best we can so that people who see something different than they're used to know what to do. I think some of it's positive. I mean, as somebody who has missed that April deadline in the past, I think it's good that you have a little bit of an opportunity. So I'm sure we'll get another update from you all as this, I guess this is sort of a question. Will we get another update from you all as it gets finalized?
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And while you're here, I just want to say, I really do appreciate how responsive your department has been. I know my department has had a lot of questions from our constituents, and I really do appreciate the quick response and the thorough response from your team. And I also want to take just a point of personal privilege and say thank you to Mr. Owicki for coordinating all of this. I know it is a multi-agency thing here, and so, I do appreciate the effort that went into understanding the legislation at the state level and then making sure that everybody stayed on task to get this done, so thank you for that.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. I guess following the same line of questioning, what is the percentage of appeals, out of all the properties? What is that percentage? Because that seems like that's probably a small number. And I imagine that same percentage might track through to this additional 45 days.
Well, to include appeals for value, it ranged between 6 and 8%, I would say, over the last 3 to 4 years.
So we're talking about 6 to 8% of the properties or the property owners appealing.
Throughout the whole county, yes, sir.
And so, Vice Chair Ellis, I don't imagine that if the appeal rate is only 6 to 8%, if that same rate tracks through to the 45 days, then it probably won't be necessarily a lot of work for the tax commissioner and everyone to get through, because now I guess if it shoots up to 30, 40%, it may be a different story, right? But if that same appeals rate, if it's 6 to 8 over the last 5, 10 years, is probably not a lot of reason. What is the percentage out of the appeals? How many of them are filed online? What is the percentage of appeals that are filed online?
I do not have that specific number with me, but I can estimate it's at least half.
At least half.
Yes, sir.
And so would that mean that we have the email addresses of those half?
I'm not sure we track email addresses at this point.
Wow. Mr. CIO,
Well,
someone
let me
can submit an
rephrase.
appeal without submitting their email address?
Let me rephrase. Not in our camera system. We do not track email addresses in our camera system.
All right, Mr. CIO, we need help. I need help. If we have 50% of the appeals and they're filed online, somebody needs to talk to Tyler and make sure that we're capturing the email address. Because if we have something we want to communicate to them and they filed it online through their email address, Ms. Corbett can email them the information about the appeals, right? So I don't understand why we would not be tracking the email address of anyone that files an exemption online. Further, I've brought this up before, I want us tracking, anyone that's coming through the website should be tracked so we can follow them and respond to them in an appropriate and timely manner.
Yes, sir, we can definitely take a look at that. I don't know why we wouldn't be capturing email addresses for any submissions coming into the county for service, so we can look at what we're capturing today.
Yeah, because that's going to make it a lot easier. Vice Chair Ellis is worried about the time of having to get a mailing list together, get it mailed out. 50% of the appeals are coming in online. We ought to at least have the email addresses of those appeals that are coming in online. And Madam County Attorney, there ought to be some kind of process where if you submit it online, then now that authorizes us to correspond with you online. Right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, every website in the world does that.
Yeah,
I don't know
sure
why ours wouldn't.
Yeah, there's no restriction that would allow that functionality, so we can make sure that's taken care of.
Yeah, I know it's not, because every other website in the world does that.
So I guess one point of clarity. The camera system is a shared system between the Board of Assessors, the Tax Commissioner, and the Board of Equalization. From the Board of Assessors side, we do not track email addresses. I cannot speak for the Board of Equalization, but I would imagine they may have the opportunity if they do not already.
I'm just saying, for someone to submit, typically when anyone submits anything online, they do it through their email address. And that email address gets a copy of what they submitted. Is that what happens? When I submit something online for an open records request or for anything, first thing they ask me is my email address. And then when I hit submit, it emails me a copy of what I've submitted so that I have a copy of it, right? I mean, this is just the normal flow of what happens in technology. I hope this is making sense. I hope I'm not speaking Chinese. So I don't understand why we would not have that same capability.
No, you're absolutely right, sir. We definitely have that capability, and we'll make sure it's enabled.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted, as a point of personal privilege, to say thank you to the tax commissioner and to the chief appraiser for attending my very first event, which was a virtual town hall meeting for my constituents, and the response was overwhelming. They thanked you both for coming and providing an immense amount of information that they have been long waiting for. So I thank you very much for that. I think we'll have to do it again because this 45 days thing is crazy and hard to understand. And we would need, I hope, Jessica, that if you, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to call you Madam Corbett, I don't know, that you could think about writing it in a way that is so fundamentally easy to understand as if you were writing it for, you know, a civics class, so that we then, as commissioners, could take that and introduce it to our constituents, and it won't follow up with the need for a town hall to explain it further. So I just ask that as you begin to think about writing up that language, because the information given by the tax commissioner and the chief appraiser was so helpful to my constituents that they asked again if we could do it in that simplified format. So they thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ivory. Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I thank you when you came to my town hall last April. It was helpful. I have a town hall on Tuesday, so if we could get some kind of sheet to give what we know and what we can explain, that would be very helpful. We won't have you come discuss it, but if we had a handout, we will be having a legislative update during that, and that would be helpful if I could start the process.
I have just one or a couple other questions. So for Tyler, do we know how many counties Tyler does this for in the state? Do you have any information on that?
Sir, we don't have that. I don't have that answer, but we can find it out. But I mean, it's definitely Tyler is the big fish when it comes to tax assessments solutions.
Right.
So I'm assuming it's going to be a large number of counties.
So I'm just curious in terms of like the counterpart counties and so forth. Are they, because a lot, I mean, many times we're sort of a little bit later in getting assessments out than some of our neighboring counties, but so are many of them pushing back their normal schedules?
In some of the discussions that I have with some of my colleagues, they are definitely considering pushing back some of their mailing.
Okay. So it could be, I mean, given a lot of them are working, do you know if like in the metro counties who might be using Tyler, or there are some of the bigger ones that you know for sure?
I know Cobb and DeKalb for sure are using Tyler for the metro counties.
Okay. So we're all probably, you know, in a similar spot. We should all be in a similar spot on this particular year, given the issues that are self-created by the state. Everybody's dealing with them.
Yeah, for the most part, and I would imagine the impact of receiving the estimated rollback will also be a key component of that.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you all for delving into this complex topic that none of us probably want to talk about, but a very important one that we got to get ourselves through. So thank you all for that. Next item.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, before we move to the next item. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just really wanted, if we could go to slide 45, please. Thank you. I just really wanted to share this slide with you today. In light of the situation with federal cutbacks that we're seeing and the impact that it's having on staffing and potentially on grants, we just wanted to share with the board a summary of our current grant footprint and exposure. At a very high level, we have federal grants totaling $92.8 million, and we have 70 employees that are associated with those grants. We broke it down below into two categories where we're awarded the grants directly. or where they are pass-through grants. On the direct grant awards, that total is actually $71,481,357. And we've identified the largest, most significant grants, HIV elimination, which has 19 employees and a $36.8 million budget. The district attorney's office has a number of grants, 17 employees, $11.5 million in grant funding. Behavioral health, five grant-funded employees, $12.4 million. Community development, 3 employees, $4.5 million in resources. The sheriff's office has 2 employees, $3.4 million, and then a variety of other departments with smaller awards that total $2.5 million and 6 employees. We also have pass-through awards, meaning they come to us through another agency that is receiving them directly from the federal government. And in that area, we have the Economic Development Department with $7.8 million in grant resources and 10 employees. Senior Services receiving $11.4 million and having 4 employees. And then several other departments with a little over $2 million worth of grant proceeds and 4 employees. One of the things, next slide please. One of the things that we've done in order to mitigate any potential impact should there be a sudden cutoff of reimbursements or a clawback of any existing grants, is we've tried to ensure that for all of our grants, but our larger grants in particular, that we are staying on top of our reimbursement requests, whereas we might have been doing them quarterly previously. We've advanced it to doing monthly reimbursement. So we just wanted to share that and note that for the month of March, we requested $3.7 million in reimbursement. And also just wanted to note that External Affairs, Jessica and her team are staying engaged with our federal lobbyists, continuing to evaluate what's happening at the federal level, and in particular, what the impact and potential changes on the grants that we do have. And I believe she's trying to schedule another update with them in the near future. So we just wanted to highlight this for you so you would have an idea of what our full exposure. Mr. Chairman asked the question during an earlier portion of the presentation when Mr. Wilson was at the podium about what the total funding is for his particular program, but overall, our exposure is that $92.8 million. If we were to assume that the county would try to step in and continue to provide whatever programs and resources are being provided to county residents through these current federally funded grant programs. So that's just for information purposes today.
And that 92 million would translate, that'd be about $1.5 million or so?
Something in
We
that
had to make that
neighborhood, yes, sir.
Increase.
Yes, sir.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Just 2 quick questions. I think there might be a typo on the sheet here. Go back 1 slide. That in the grant awards, is that supposed to be? I think you said 71 in that first where it says grant.
I did. I corrected that where it says grant awards totaling. That's
supposed
those
to
are
be
the direct
71.
awards.
Okay.
It should be
71 there.
should be $71,481,357. Okay. Originally, we discovered we'd left out the behavioral health grants from this slide, and we corrected it in the total at the top, but we didn't correct it in the subtotal for the grant awards total.
And then, so the grants, this is the total grant award amount.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so many of these are multi-year grants.
Yes, sir. It depends. Some are awarded multi-year with different amounts, but the drawdown is on an annual basis.
Okay, but the $92.8 million in total is the amount of the total award.
Total
so
current
it's-
awards.
For this year.
Well, wait a minute.
Well,
You're not answering.
this was like if if we took all the grants that have been awarded to us that we know today and the amounts outstanding on those, it's 92.8. But it could be amounts that there could be drawn down on over multiple year periods of time.
Some of the grants have a longer run period than a 12-month cycle. So yes, you are correct in that. The Ryan White program, I believe that is Ryan White in particular is an annual allocation.
I mean, I think maybe just, I don't know, without you having to kind of guess at these, and maybe this is a great thing to kind of, for you to have captured, and I think that's great. We started inventory it, and it's great that we've got a process in place where we're doing the monthly reimbursement. That's really good. That's a really good practice. But I think maybe as sort of a follow-on, just so, which of these are multi-year things versus which of these are annual? And then, as I'm sure we're doing, that you're not necessarily getting into in terms of this overlay, is like, which of these are potentially more at risk or less at risk or just not likely to recur? Because some of these are things, I guess, that would have been awarded that may not be, ever come back kind of thing. Or some of these are going to be things that have historically been pretty permanent stuff, right? Like I guess a lot of the items under economic development and senior services, right? Many of those things have been multiple year things.
So, Commissioner Ellis, the way I would explain it is the expectation for award is annual, like Ryan White, but we don't get the award letter in multiple years. We get one award letter for that year, but we're expecting, as we have in the past, to be awarded every year. So this is a demonstration of 2025 and what we expect in grant dollars to draw down for 2025. Other grants are one time, and we may not receive them, but most of these demonstrate awards that we receive every year.
Okay, so the 92.8 is a 2025 number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was really what I was looking to clarify. Great.
Commissioner Arrington?
No, Vice Chair Ellis addressed my point. The numbers, the math wasn't mathing, but Sharon got it mathing for us.
All right, other questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then the only other, I was just simply going to say that we've included in the report the normal update that we have for our ARPA spend, as well as the monthly financial report for our general fund expenditure analysis, where we're at. And unless you all have any specific questions about that, I was not necessarily planning to make a presentation.
Sharon, maybe you could comment on that trend line on 51, which has an anomaly in it.
Oh, right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. On slide 51, please, if you look at the orange line in the month of March, it seems to indicate that expenses are up significantly in the month of March as compared to previous years. The anomaly that the county manager is referring to is that the way the first pay date actually for the month of April fell, that payroll ended up getting loaded into the financial system earlier than it was supposed to have been loaded. And so March actually reflects 3 payrolls rather than the 2 that it should for this year. So that's the one thing that we wanted to point out on this slide. So April will look a little lower than perhaps it looked in previous years.
What happened?
A miscommunication is the cleanest answer, Mr. Chairman.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means that the individual who communicated from finance to IT to when to load the payroll file did not make it clear enough in their communication that they needed to hold the load until the 1st of April, and then we could post it. and it got loaded on March 31st, and we had to process it in the month of March to include it. So it was a communication issue.
Yeah, I want to ask my follow-up question then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to add to that last agenda item and the overall financials. As you know, we have not taken any extraordinary actions in terms of cost reductions or constraints. I have reached out to the CEO or the COO at DeKalb, had a discussion with him back and forth. They are taking, some basic steps. They're a little bit more dependent on grants than us. Our thought right now, absent different direction from the board, is move toward a mid-year review and closer to June than August, when we sometimes have done this, and give us the best perspective on emerging expenses from the consent decree as well as perhaps from these federal government grants, and then seek your direction then. But right now, it's business as usual.
All right. Anything, commissioners? All right, continue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. The last part of the operation report is just the monthly update on any emergency purchase orders and contracts signed by the county manager that are under the $100,000 threshold. There were 2 or 3 items that were included. I'm not sure if the board has any questions on those.
All
The
right.
most significant of which was medical grade cleaning at the jail.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The only comment I have is I'd like to see us follow in the steps of Harvard University and find a way to win without the federal government and its $92 million, and not let them dictate to us what we do. Take steps to cut our arts and all this other stuff y'all are falling in line with.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 8, 250300, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the April 16th, 2025 budget soundings and resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The document that's before you today includes a couple of updates to the annual hardware and software maintenance list. There were a couple of items that were inadvertently left off of the list during the budget development process. Those are being added for the board's approval today. And then the second item that's included in the soundings document is the movement of resources to complete the accountability court consolidation that was reviewed with the board at the last board meeting.
All right. Any questions or comments? You need a motion to approve? Motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250301, Information Technology, request approval of a recommended proposal in a total amount not to exceed $1,606,890.48 to provide countywide audiovisual systems, equipment, support, and services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote. Commissioner Arrington?
I don't know if this is related to this, but audiovisual needs, I know the South Fulton Annex, I guess the cable is out and the TV is up in there. And I don't know if that would be part of this contract or not for audiovisual services, but if we can have, maybe Joe, if you can have somebody check on that.
Yes, sir, will do.
And Commissioner Arrington, there is a project on here for the South Fulton Annex for an AV refresh as well, but we'll address the immediate needs.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9,
I was a yay on that. Did you record that, Madam Clerk?
yes, ma'am. 7,
Now, what happened to Commissioner Abdul Rahman's picture being?
that's unanimous with
Well, what's
Commissioner
the answer?
Abdul-Rahman. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
There she is. Thank you. All right.
On page 9, 250302, registration elections, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $251,440 to provide ballot printing services.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Williams.
Yes, I was asked to reply about the public comment regarding this item. So we do have chronic public commenters, and usually they are off base, but this is the one time we actually agree with them regarding this agenda item. And by no means is this an insult to Port Orange Press. They have done an outstanding job with our absentee by mail. But for this particular agenda item, if you all would agree to change it, to change it to the other bidder that is a local bidder, experienced bidder that has done this work before. And the reason why we're saying that is because if there's emergencies, they are local and they can assist us than somebody out of state.
Well, wait a minute now. Just a minute. We just can't, not arbitrarily, but Ms. Strong Whitaker.
Good afternoon, Felicia Strong Whitaker, Chief Purchasing Agent. Yes, we did put this solicitation out. We received 5 proposals on this solicitation. This is a low bid. The requirements that were put out did not require you to be a local firm. Fort Orange Press, we asked several questions of all of the bidders. Do you have experience printing ballots for Georgia? How many years experience printing ballots for Georgia elections? They had to list each year. Fort Orange Press currently is providing it for Gwinnett County, Cobb County, and others. I understand the department's desire for them to be local based on that, but our specifications and the solicitation that was advertised did not require a local office. And so therefore, based on that, it has to be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
And if we were not to follow the recommendation, we'd have to explain why on the public record, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
At the next meeting.
At the next meeting. Commissioner Thorne, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, is it time sensitive? Can it wait till the next meeting, or can we put this on hold? Or what are your thoughts?
Possibly wait till the next meeting.
We can possibly, we can't.
I'm trying to think, we could, where are we in April? Yes, we could wait until the next meeting, yes.
I make a motion that we hold it for the next meeting.
And then why would we be holding it? I'm just curious. What are we holding for?
To look at the ramifications of using an out-of-state New York printer. I know in the past we used Arizona. They couldn't get us stuff within short time frames, short crunches. The local printer, Tatnall, can literally drive a truck up here and get it to us quickly. I don't know what the expenses are of mailing versus delivery and all of that, but I'd feel more comfortable if our elections department was working with who they were comfortable working with.
It's going to be a slippery slope here.
And Ms. Whitaker, the local language in the bid. If we have to work with Orange Press, we will. But I was just asked to make a comment about the public comment. But if legally, if you all want to work with the lowest bidder, we can do that and make sure we have all checks and balances.
And good afternoon. I want to make sure everyone understands the lower transparent bidder would have the right to protest that decision as well.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington?
So I understand that there was not a requirement have a local office, but was there any consideration given, or, I mean, it seemed like, requiring a local office is one thing, but giving someone extra points or extra consideration for having a local office is something separate, right?
This was a bid, Commissioner. It was not a request for proposal. It was a bid. And as you know, in the state of Georgia, a bid is based on the lowest responsive and responsible bidder based on the solicitation document that was advertised to them all.
Okay, so I would need to see the solicitation document. What was postage included as part of the solicitation?
I'll have to go back and look at their bid. They all bidded on all lines as required by the bid, and it's requested by the department.
Okay, so we don't know if postage was included or not.
I'll look back and see if postage was included on the line item. Give me 1 second, and I'll look at that and let you know. The bid tab in the document, when it prints out on here, is too tiny to see.
No problem. My eyes don't work like they used to either. Were you expecting to have to pay postage on top of this, or were you expecting postage to be included in this? Or is this just for the actual ballots and postage is separate? What was your understanding?
This is for the actual ballots, is my understanding.
So it would not have included postage, based on your
Not
understanding?
for this item, it's my understanding would not include postage.
And do you have an idea of what the amount of postage would be for $251,000 worth of ballots?
I do not, I'm sorry, I do not have that off the top of my head.
Now, we can always reject all bids and rebid, but there may be a timing problem with that. I mean,
There was a lump sum for delivery of ballots. There was not specifically a line item for postage, but there is a line item for delivery of ballots, and the quantity was 4. So that was included in the overall price.
I'm sorry, delivery of ballots?
Delivery of ballots.
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 Okay, so the bidder would be responsible for delivering the ballots to us as part of this?
Yes, and
amount.
that cost was calculated in the overall cost.
Okay, thank you.
all right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. While I do not want to disparage this vendor, I imagine they do quite a bit of work. I understand that they do work in Gwinnett County and other counties. I think it is our best interest, if it is all possible, to use a local bidder for this, based on it's rare times that we are in unison with what election does in reference to this particular process. I think this is a first. I appreciate it. I appreciate Commissioner Thorne, as well as the public stating, because I did receive calls about this as well. I want to be crystal clear to not disparage that vendor, but I also want to say we have an obligation to the citizens here in Fulton County to make sure that we do what is in the best interest of the county. And so if it is not an issue, and the county attorney can actually chime in on this if she would like, if we're able to either rebid it, or we're able to find a way to make sure the language that needs to be in there is legal and not discriminatory. I think it's in the best interest in this particular case that we use someone local.
All right, Commissioner Ivory?
Is it your preference that we go ahead and hold this and use a local printer?
Yes.
Yes, and again, Orange Press is an outstanding job.
But it's not that simple.
Oh, okay, but, and then do you, I'm sorry, and then do you believe that there will be some irreparable harm to the relationship with Fort Orange if this happens?
I don't believe so. They've done an outstanding job. They still do our absentee by mail, but they just don't do the local printing when we have to have it for election day locations. But they've done an outstanding job with absentee by mail, and we'll continue to work with them in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Arrington?
So I guess I need to know, so I heard someone say something about the June elections. Are these ballots for an election in June?
Yes, but the June election is going to be low voter turnout. We still do need the 10% printed because it's required per SB 202, but it is for June, if that's to answer your question.
Because the agenda item says for the election cycles. So that leads me to believe that it's more than.
It would be for all of 2025.
Okay.
Option to renew.
So then I guess my next question is, so if there's an election in June, and I guess this is really more a question for Ms. Strong-Whitaker, is there enough time to rebid between now and June?
There is enough time to rebid. There is enough time to rebid it, and we did offer that as an option initially, if they wanted to resolicit it. So there is enough time to rebid, but to get it back to the board, it will have to be expedited to get it back before June. That is going to be a tough one for us to get it back before, because there's only 2 meetings in May.
Okay, so let me ask you a question again, because it seemed like you got to the answer at the end after you answered it at the beginning. Is there enough time to get this done and to coordinate with elections before the June election?
There's enough time for us to get it bidded out and get it back in, to get the bids back in. To get it to the board, it will have to be expedited and coordinated with the department to get it on the agenda, yes. So we can work to get it back on for the second meeting in May, if at all. That would be the one that I would say we could get it on.
All right.
So, but in order to accomplish that, if you hold this today, then the clock doesn't start until after we've taken some action. So I would recommend that we reject all bids today and direct you to rebid. That's the cleanest way, although it has to be done quickly.
Correct.
You withdraw your motion. Is there a motion to reject all, Commissioner Arrington?
What was the amount of the other bid?
The other
bids?
The other bids were, Fort Orange was the lowest bidder at $251,440. Tatnall was the second low bidder at $260,460. The third low bidder was Runback Elections at $263,680. And the fourth bidder was Print Elect at $455,080.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to reject all bids.
Motion.
All right, motion by Commissioner Abdul Rahman to reject all bids, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open to reject.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And Madam Strong-Whitaker.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, instructions down. Okay, thank you.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250303, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders in the total amount not to exceed $300,000 to provide standby on-site door repair maintenance services.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to adopt by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Point of order, just real quick,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. There was an election item, since we have Ms. Williams still here, there was another election item that was on the consent agenda. Was it pulled or did that get addressed?
Commissioner Thorne wanted us to add that it was for the June, July elections.
Correct. So we amended it.
Is
But
but is it to be heard or did it get addressed in terms of?
Commissioner, did you want?
I
It was
just,
you made a administrative, actually suggested an administrative exchange, which was accepted and was approved as a part of the consent agenda.
So it's addressed?
Yes.
The item is addressed? If it wasn't addressed, I
but
just want to
she sent me an email after that, after we had made that motion, and there seems to be some things are temporary and some things are permanent. So, but we had already approved it at that point. So my thought was we'll probably have to come back and do the permanent ones that weren't temporary.
Yes, so for clarity, what we put before the board is precinct boundary changes. Those are permanent changes. Any location changes was put before our board, and some of those are temporary. But what we put in front of this board was permanent changes to boundary lines.
So there's just some,
So.
the
we're gonna have
resolution.
another item
is-
coming back before us or no? Okay. I was just, my main question was, did it get pulled off the consent agenda and we were about to hear it again? Let's address it while you were here. That was really my question, so.
Okay.
I guess it's already been addressed, so it's been.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, under Arts and Libraries, 250304, Arts and Culture, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and the Chattahoochee Nature Center in a total amount of $200,000 reoccurring for environmental education programming.
I have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250305, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and Bear Creek Nature Center in a total amount of $200,000 reoccurring for environmental education programming.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250306, request approval of a contract with Hammond's House in a total amount of $200,000 reoccurring for environmental education programming.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250307, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and the Arts Center in the amount of $200,000 for the operation and management of the current arts and culture programs.
Motion to adopt by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 250308, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and the National Black Arts Festival in an amount of $200,000 to provide expanded operational resources as well as educational and arts-related services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please. All right. Commissioner Ivory?
I would like to just make the other commissioners aware that there have been some significant structural changes inside of the National Black Arts Festival, in that Stephanie Young, the executive director, will be leaving after many years of working in NBAF, as well as the program director, Ornike Odaleye. There was an article in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that was not very favorable to the National Black Arts Festival, and this is one of my favorite organizations, and having sat on their advisory board previously in my career as a media personality and as an attorney. And I would like to hold this item in order to have the National Black Arts Festival come and present to us and let us know about what the future of the National Black Arts Festival is going to be in terms of both their leadership and their board, so that we can dispel any sort of myths that happened in that AJC article, which I have not yet been able to speak to any of the. There was a meeting on my calendar with Stephanie Young to talk about this very subject, and then she had to unfortunately reschedule, and I had hoped to have this conversation prior to when this would come up, but it did not happen. So I also did have a chance to speak with David Manuel about this. He is also aware of the shifts that are happening, and said he thought that the president, he's here actually, and also thought that the opportunity to speak with them and have some time with them and have them present to us what the future is moving forward. This is an organization I love, is a legacy organization for us. I just want to make sure that we are supporting the original mission for which we began this organization, and that we feel confident moving forward. So I'm going to introduce a motion to hold this item, have them come present, and then we can move forward from there.
All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt. We have a substitute motion by Commissioner Ivory. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. All right, the discussion on the motion to hold. Ms. Barrett, you want to be heard?
Is this time sensitive?
No.
Okay, all righty.
Ms. Barrett, Commissioner Barrett.
Is it time sensitive? I mean,
No, it can't. Where's David?
well, yeah, David, can you speak?
I believe that we can have them come at the next
Mr. Manuel,
meeting.
they're calling you. It's not a social club. Thank you.
It's not time sensitive, so it can be moved to the next agenda, which will give me time to meet with them and let them know they will be given a presentation.
Thank you.
Motion on the floor is to hold. Commissioner Barrett?
While you're here, Mr. Manuel, do you have any information on where they are, what they're doing in terms of the next leadership and board members and that type of thing? The questions Commissioner Ivory was asking.
To my understanding, the current director, her last day is April 30th, Stephanie Owens, and to my understanding, they have identified a new director that I think they will be now announcing at their April 30th event.
Oh, great, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'm not going to be able to support holding this. We already didn't approve an additional $1.8 million in arts funding. Now we want to approve $200 for the Chattahoochee Nature Center, $200 for Bear Creek Nature Center, $200 for the Arts Center in Sandy Springs, and we want to hold up the National Black Arts Festival's $200,000. I will not be a part of that. Absolutely not. No way in the world that I will be a part of that. I don't know what's going on with any of those other organizations or what transition they've had or what executive director they have, but my commitment and my vote from Fulton County is not based upon the individuals that are in place at those institutions. My support is based on the institutions itself. The Chattahoochee Nature Center, I don't know who their executive director is, nor their board members, or when there was a change. Bear Creek, I don't know who their executive director is, nor their board members, nor when or if there was a change there. The Art Center, I don't know if their executive director, who their executive director is, nor their board members. I don't care about that. I care about supporting these institutions. These are the Hammond's House, right? I'm not holding up any more arts funding. I'm not voting to hold up any more arts funding in Fulton County, especially not what's going on in this country. We should be setting the example and leading the way. We should not be falling in line with the national politics and cutting money and doing it only for the National Black Arts Festival. I will not be a part of that. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
Commissioner Ivory?
Thank you so much for that. That is inaccurate completely. I am not holding anything up for any political reasons, and I do take my time to actually figure out who's running the organizations that we fund. Well, I think it's hugely important as a commissioner to know who the executive director is of an organization, who is running the organization on a regular basis, and that is why I did go to was invited by Hammond's House, which happens to be in my district, which is another arts organization that I love, and spend time there understanding and learning and speaking to both the board members as well as the executive directors, because I actually think it is important as a commissioner to know who's running the organizations that we fund. And so I did take the time to do that. Unfortunately, I would not be asking for a hold if I hadn't been able to take the time to talk with Stephanie. And I want to say that I mispronounced her name in the beginning and said Stephanie Young. It's Stephanie Owens. But she canceled that meeting. So this is not at all what is being framed as an attack on NBAF. I love NBAF. I intend to give a positive vote on giving them their money, as we have always done as a legacy organization, but I would like to first understand the information, as it is my duty as an elected official to understand fully who the people are that we have given these funds to. And so I look forward to meeting with them, learning about what they are moving forward with coming April, you said her last day is April 30th. So May 1st, we'll have some new folks in running the organization. I'm excited to hear about who those folks would be and what the vision is of the board chair and the new executive director. And so I was simply asking for them to come share that with everybody so that we can feel so confident in that. Because again, it is our duty when our constituents elect us to make sure that we are researching properly and understanding who is running our organizations. And these legacy organizations that we give the money to, all 5 of them that we mentioned here, if there was an article that came out publicly in any newspaper or magazine or periodical saying that they were having concerns, I would want to ask about each and every single one of them, as it would be our duty to do that. So I'm going to be always very thorough, and I'm going to make sure that I do the work that I'm supposed to do. So thank you for coming and explaining that to us about the change.
You're welcome.
Motion on the floor is to hold. Commissioner Thorne?
You addressed that very well, Commissioner Ivory. I do respect your opinions, being a former board member. This is not time sensitive. We are not voting down the $200,000 right now. There was an article. It is our duty to look into that and dispel if anything in that article was incorrect, so that we can confidently say to our taxpayers, we spent your money well. We believe in this organization. So I fully respect holding this. I fully respect your opinion, and no, we are not going to give them the $200,000. We just need some clarification and a little bit more time.
Commissioner Barrett?
Just for clarity's sake, the article that came out was several months ago. So, I mean, my sense is that we had the time. If there was an interest in finding that out, there was 2 months to find it out. I have full faith and confidence that NBAF is a great organization and will continue to be so. And while I respect certainly your interest and desire to learn more about their future and what they're proposing, I don't particularly see a need to hold up our funding for that.
Motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
Chairman, thank you to speak.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't belabor the point, but the point I will make is I asked, as well as other commissioners, if this was time sensitive. I am a big supporter of the National Black Arts Festival, have been for years. However, I don't think asking for those that are in leadership or soon to be in leadership is not appropriate. I think you can ask for accountability. I'm a big fan of Stephanie. I'm not sure what happened, or if anything happened. She's been there. Maybe she moved on to greener pastures. I don't know. I did not even know that there was a change in leadership. And I believe, as the commissioner of District 6, I have a right to ask these questions and receive an answer before I vote on something that, by the way, I do intend on voting positively, but these are questions that need to be answered. Um, in life, there is change. In organization, especially with leadership, there are changes. They don't necessarily mean they're a bad, good, or indifferent, but we have a right to question what happened, and more importantly, to know who the new leadership is. And I think it would be a disservice to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County to feel like we can't do that because it's going to be conceived as showing different treatment as opposed to other organizations. I think that is ludicrous to put that out there. So yes, I will support holding this today. Hopefully, by the next meeting, the individuals that we are asking as a body to reach out to all of us, whether we need them to meet with us or not, to answer the questions that are put forth, and then we can move on. It's not time sensitive. There are questions that need to be answered, and we have 2 weeks to the next meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote on the motion to strike that, to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold.
Yay.
And the motion to hold passes, 5 yeas, 2 days.
Continue.
Under Health and Human Services, 250309, Public Works. Request approval to extend an existing contract for Pine Valley Phase 2 Interceptor Sewer Replacement.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote. Strike, no, that was a previous one, right?
Oh, you want to include that one? We're on 309? Oh, okay. Yeah, so
0309, Madam Clerk.
okay, it should be on your screen.
All right. Is there a motion? Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250310, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, request approval to amend an existing contract in amount not to exceed $433,928 to provide school-based mental health services to 28 Fulton County schools.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 250311, Public Works. Request approval of a non-federal reimbursable agreement between Federal Aviation Administration and Fulton County to allow the FAA to conduct a siting study and design review in the amount of $87,181.92.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 250312, Sheriff, request approval of the 2025 Equitable Sharing Agreement and certification with the U.S. Department of Justice for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's almost 1 o'clock. I entertain a motion to recess for lunch, followed by executive session. We may consider issues of real estate litigation and personnel. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Recording stopped.
here. She didn't say. She said, I said it don't matter to me. All right, we'll resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1, 2, and 5 of the executive session agenda?
A motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 11, Commissioners' action items. 250216, request approval of resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of existing Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for 3 projects located in West Side TAD Allocation District 1.
Right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is the same item we've had. This will be the 3rd meeting now. It was held twice, and I won't reiterate too much about it because I think we all know what this is about, but I do want to say that, affordable housing right now is a crisis across the country, and in particular in the metro Atlanta area. Average monthly rents are up 41% from 2019 to 2023. Median home sale prices are up 58% from 2018 to 2023. This is in the metro Atlanta area. Atlanta, the metro area lost more than 230,000 low to moderately priced housing units between 2018 and 2023. So it's a real serious issue in our metro area, which includes our county. And the 3 projects that this resolution is asking for our approval on, and again, it's really just to ratify the use of the existing Fulton County increment that's sitting in the West Side TAD currently. All 3 of these projects bring affordable housing to some areas that desperately need that and who also need the upgrades and the changes that will be happening to these buildings and homes as a part of this. So one of the buildings is right here in downtown in District 4. It's the building that we heard about in public comment this morning, right at 143 Alabama. It's an incredible project. That building has been vacant for quite a long time, I believe at least over a decade, maybe 2. And this will be a significant improvement. This is phase 1 of that project. I believe it has 46 affordable housing units in it, and it will be cleaned up and looking wonderful in time for World Cup. If we do not approve this, that project will not go forward. And that's true for these smaller projects as well. The other 2 projects are in District 6. One is a really interesting opportunity for people to build generational wealth through being able to purchase affordable homes. And the other, of course, is that 4-plex that we've talked about several times that will be turned into a 5-plex and made affordable by the owner of the building who will continue to live there. So I do want to say I appreciate that people needed to hold this item for to get their questions answered. And Commissioner Abdurrahman, I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with Invest Atlanta and get that information. And I'm sure that you're as excited as I am about some of the opportunities that this will bring to your district. And certainly I appreciate anybody's request to hold to get more information. But we are at this point holding these projects up for moving forward. And if we are not able to pass these at this point, these projects will be held up even longer or not go forward at all. And just also so everybody knows that folks from Invest Atlanta are here to answer any questions. So, I think these are great projects. I think that I want to be very clear that that's all that's in this resolution. It's just about these 3 projects within the commitment we already have to be members of this TAD. So I welcome everybody's discussion, and I ask for your favorable vote.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as we look at this, one of the things I think we need to do is really reflect and look at sort of like the history of this particular TAD and sort of TADs in general, and then note why certain provisions were put in place at different points in time, and then how things have sort of changed with us as an organization over those long periods of time. I did have a chance to review, folks at Vested Land reached out to me. They got the information that I had requested, so I appreciate that. And I think some of the information was good to review. And I think, trying to frame this as a decision that's around, you're either for affordable housing or not affordable housing is probably the wrong lens to look through, because there are multitudes of needs that we have as an organization that are placed upon us that are crises that we're not able to fund and we're not able to respond to. And then our principal responsibility is to be a fiduciary of Fulton County taxpayer funds. This particular TAD is over 30 years old. It was set up in 1998, originally as the Techwood Park Urban Redevelopment Area, and I'm reading straight from the 6/30/2024 financials of the West Side TAD. It was set up in 1998. Some parcels were added in, or 1992. Some parcels were added in 1998, making this thing a little bit over 32 years old. So TADs are generally meant to end after 30 years. We're 32 plus years into this. In terms of being a partner in this, Fulton County has been a partner in this. We have, based upon information that was provided to us from January 14 from Invest Atlanta, the proportional dollars that we had contributed pre any form of pilot payments, only just going to APS, was around 23%, City of Atlanta 24%, and APS 53%. There was a pilot payment that went back to APS of $7 million, according to the data they provided to us, which changed those percentages to 29, 31, and 39.6. So what I just say with that is, over the course of time, and depending upon what our tax rate was and the City of Atlanta's tax rate was, we basically been contributing pretty much the same amount as the City of Atlanta, over this lengthy period of time. Maybe more, maybe slightly less, but probably if you average it out, it's pretty close to the same. And over that period of time, a significant amount of dollars have gone into this TAD. If I read the 2024 financials correctly, over $424 million of taxpayer money has gone into the TAD. And based upon a 2022 presentation that was provided to us by Invest Atlanta, the compounding, the purpose of these is to grow the tax base, and then you need to step back after 30 years and look at this and say, hey, has this been successful? Has it achieved its means? Compound annual growth rate over that period of time is 8%. At that point in time in 2022, and the tax increment that was provided to us at that point in time was $25.8 million. And in 2024, financials show that the tax increment is $34.1 million. That's a 32% increase over that period, or 34% increase from 2022. So you've had significant growth in the tax digest of this particular TAD. The financial health of the TAD. You look at that. The 2024 financials, and I shared this with our CFO so she can check me in terms of, some of the stuff here, and I may ask her to just, check me on it, make sure I don't say anything wrong. but the cash and cash equivalents in 2024 with this was about 82.6 million. Restricted cash investments of 18.78 million, meaning you've got roughly $102 million in cash at that point in time sitting on the TAD's balance sheet, struck up against about $62 million worth of debt obligations. So just under 40 million or so of excess cash. Is that a fair reading of that, Madam CFO?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, not to say we're doing this today, and we aren't, but if the TAD would, if the TAD were to shut down today, and you pay off all the obligations, that excess cash, if it was distributed, even if our portion was at a conservative, probably 23%, that's $9.1 million. Plus, we have this roughly $7+ million increment per year going in. Look, I mean, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of these particular projects, but the reality of it is also our financial position has changed over this particular period of time. And when we entered into these TADs, sort of the makeup of how we were receiving dollars and so forth was generally kind of equal with the city of Atlanta as well. In 2005, the sales tax, the amount of dollars we were receiving from local option sales tax in Fulton County was about $73 million. The amount that APS, that the city of Atlanta was receiving, $79.7 million, for a difference of $7.2 million. Well, in 2024, those numbers are drastically different. According to Atlanta's 2024 budget information, their lost proceeds were $137 million. Ours, 2024, check me on this, Hakeem, and Madam CFO, were $22.1 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. A difference of $115 million. We've gone through and we've had certainly lengthy discussions relative to the budgetary requests that we receive as a board. Some of these are short-term in nature, some of these are long-term in nature that are here before us. There are things that we have aspirations to do. Just this past week, we celebrated the opening of a standalone emergency room in Union City with a desire for that to be a future site for a hospital in South Fulton. We've talked about, we have plans underway in one part of the county and future plans that we are planning to pursue in another part of the county to expand senior services, developmental disability services. We have increasing needs related to senior transportation. We had to make the hard decision to reduce certain levels of arts funding. And we've got, a host of requests that come to us from our judicial partners that we have not been able to respond to, and we've got significant funding needs at just sort of a basic level. And from the practicality, from a funding standpoint, we have generally two sources of money. It's property taxes and sales taxes. The sales tax growth is fixed for the next, 7, 8 years. It's not going to grow substantively. And we all know in the existing environment that we're in that, based upon what the combined taxes that people pay for school taxes, city taxes, and Fulton County government taxes, there's no desire for increased property taxes. I mean, we just sat through a legislative session where both school boards passed, new exemptions to be voted on by the voters, which rest assured they'll be passed both in Atlanta as well as outside of Atlanta. And we had the legislature pass, tax relief for, funds coming out of their surplus and a reduction in the state income tax. So we know from our constituents as a whole that there's not a high degree of appetite for, an increase in the property tax rate. Our position has changed in terms of the level of funds that we have come in They're drastically different than our other partners in the TAD at this point in time. And when this provision was passed, you know, it said, hey, you know, for events after 2018, you know, we've got the obligation to decide whether or not we want to commit our increment to other projects. And I just can't look at where we are right now as an organization and say we should continue to commit any more of our increment for additional projects in this particular TAD. We've been a great partner. There's been significant growth within this thing. And I think it's met its intended purpose in terms of what we intended to do. And struck up against all of that and against our needs, you know, whether or not these funds could be available to us near term or future term, sort of doesn't matter because their needs are both near term and longer term. And I think we need to preserve our increment, you know, for such needs. And so with that, I'm not going to be able to support approval of moving these projects forward. I do think that that there is excess cash in here. It may not have been done before, but I think that there are plenty of opportunities for this project to move forward, you know, with some creativity from those other partners to commit some of their excess increment to see them through.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
Vice Chair Ellis, thank you. I would just like to ask our Madam CFO first. Are those numbers accurate that Vice Chair Ellis spoke of in terms of our increments in the, I believe that I heard Hakeem say that they were. I just wanted to confirm that with you.
He asked me about their, the debt, the assets and the debt information. I did not write all the increment numbers down, but when he and I went through this, I think we were on the same page on the increments as well as far as what our portion was that was going into the West Side TAD on a regular basis. And then I concur with the sales tax figure as well.
Okay. Then I just want to thank Vice Chair Ellis for that thorough examination of those numbers and that presentation, giving me the history of some of your thoughts on the West Side TAD, and I thank you for doing that. I wanted to see if the Invest Atlanta folks could come forward, and I wanted to ask our county attorney, when we talk about those, when Vice Chair Ellis mentioned those excess funds that were that have not been allocated in the West Side TAD, is there, and he also mentioned that it might not have been done before, but is it legal or is it allowable for excess funds of our increments to be used can Invest Atlanta, let me rephrase that, can Invest Atlanta use excess funds in that TAD that, you know, obviously come from ours and everybody else's increments to subsidize if we did not vote for this forward? So our portion of the 25% on these particular projects, could money from that excess cash be used to fund it?
So as I understand your question, I think what you're essentially asking is if this board does not approve Fulton County's increments being utilized in the proposed manner for these particular projects, does that preclude Invest Atlanta from going forward if there are other funds available in the TAD?
That's right.
We have
Thank
found
you.
nothing in our research to prohibit them from being able to utilize other existing funds in the TAD should you deny use of our increment in these projects. That doesn't mean that there's not something out there that they may be more familiar with, but in our initial research in preparation for this meeting, we have been unable to find any authority that would prohibit them from being able to utilize those other existing funds.
Okay, so I'll just turn to Invest Atlanta and ask about that excess cash and that excess unallocated West Side TAD money. That's somewhere in the range of 40 million to 45 million. If that cannot be then allocated towards, you know, sort of that other 25% if it was not there.
Thank you. Dr. Eloisa Clementich, President and CEO of Invest Atlanta. I will have to have our lawyer, I think, speak with you, if that's okay. My understanding is, the way we're reading the documents, is that this does require Fulton County to approve the projects before we move forward. But I want to ensure that there is an alignment between great legal minds to ensure that we're following what the documents say. But that's the way my understanding is, that how we're reading the documents. Do you have? That is my understanding, that we could not move forward with the projects based on my understanding and my conversations with our legal attorney, that we cannot move forward without your approval on the projects.
So I think we are in agreement but disagreement in
Okay.
that I agree that Fulton County's current increment cannot be used on these 3 projects unless you pass a resolution to allow that. But I believe that Commissioner Ivory's question was, can existing increments that predate and have accumulated in the TAD be utilized instead of Fulton County's current increment?
I'm going to look to my CFO, because it's my understanding that when the money comes in, it comes in one pot. I'm not sure we've divided at what date we got the amount of money. It's sort of like a bank account in a family when husbands and wife's salary go into one. You know, we don't break off what portion was there, if they did extra hours. It's just how much is in the fund. But I'm going to look to my CFO to see if I'm right.
Yeah, and I'll clarify that. I think the question is, you know, if there's a husband and a wife and a child that, or a grown adult that contribute to a fund, you know how much the husband gave, you know how much the wife gave, and how much the child gave. If you take out the child's increment, can then the wife put in for what was taken out for the child? It's not a hard.
Excuse me, sir, just one moment. We raised a relevant question here, and this is a legal question and not a CFO question, correct? Now, who is your legal counsel?
That'd be Rosalind Rubens-Newell.
Norwell. So she hadn't opined on this?
Yes, it's my understanding that we
Well,
have.
I'm not interested in understanding. Has she given you a definitive answer on this question? Because this is really relevant.
I agree, but I'm telling you, from my understanding, what she said to me is that we cannot move forward without Fulton County's
No,
vote.
that's not debate. That's not what's being debated here. That's not the question. The question is this excess.
So I think there's 2 questions, Madam CEO. I think there's 2 questions. One legal question could be, could you move forward with Fulton County's vote on the project, even if Fulton County said no to their increment? Like, we don't hold up the whole project, right? So that's a legal question of, without Fulton County's vote, does the whole project get held up, meaning as the City of Atlanta and APS's increment as well, right? That's one legal question.
Okay.
Second legal question, what I'm asking, which is, what can the excess cash be used for?
Let me get Nino to talk about excess. I'm not, go ahead.
So for the question at hand, so for the excess cash, so right now there's 41 million uncommitted cash. We have a pipeline of like 44 million of projects in the West Side TAD. And I think, you know, we're definitely sensitive to Fulton County's needs. We appreciate Fulton County. And I think this might be a broader conversation that Fulton County might want to have with the administration about, if Fulton County has certain needs, perhaps, you know, they can have that discussion about how some of those funds can be reallocated. But
So what do you mean by have with the, what does that mean?
I'm sorry.
You said a broader conversation that we should have with the administration.
No,
What
I'm
does that
saying,
mean?
So Fulton County could have a broader conversation with the administration about TADs,
What administration? What are you talking
the
about?
City of Atlanta administration.
That's not you guys.
We're Invest Atlanta, so we're the redevelopment agent for the City of Atlanta. But then there's the administration, you know, the administration that can have a broader conversation about Fulton County needs, City of Atlanta needs, APS needs, and how to address those needs.
Well,
Without just focusing on one TAD and saying, hey, let's take the funds from this TAD, let's look at all the TADs and all the open projects and, you know, for affordable housing and things of that nature, things that are important to everybody, and where can we, you know, do some reallocation.
Yeah, respectfully, Sir, I do agree that there has to be a broader conversation, but what's before us right now is the West Side TAD and these particular projects. And let me say this, I understand that these projects and the money for these projects has already been allocated, right? So we're having sort of two conversations, right? We have an immediate pressing need right now for these projects. And one of these projects is in my district. I understand how important it is, right? We are preparing for a huge event in our city, and this is an eyesore. This is something we need to take care of. That has been a problem for a long time, okay? So, but also, it is my duty to think about the larger issue. And we do have a very big larger issue, which I think was expressed very eloquently by our vice chair. And it has to do with the way we're approaching all of these TADs, and particularly a TAD that has performed very well, has been in existence for more than 30 years, and how we continue to move forward with it. So respectfully, we do need to have a larger conversation. We will have that larger conversation, but that larger conversation affects right now what we're talking about, because we have a crisis. So while we want to be thoughtful of the overlap of the constituents, because we serve the same constituents. So affordable housing is as much of a crisis to them as, say, our crisis when they find themselves in our jail. So, or when they think about their taxes going up. So we are all dealing respectfully with crises. So it's not necessarily just our job to go to the administration and talk to them. We need to be talking to each other in partnership about furthering these crises that all of us find ourselves in, because it's serving the same residents who, by the way, are paying for it, right? So I don't mind addressing this particular issue with the West Side TAD because it's already been allocated. This is in my district. It has a larger purpose for something that is coming to our entire city, county. Fulton County is going to play a role in World Cup. We matter for downtown, right? We matter for what's going to happen. And so we are very concerned about making sure that the presentation is right, because if you live in Atlanta, you live in Fulton, by the way. So that is something that we need to be talking and having a lot of conversation about. But the larger issue is something that we're all responsible for talking about. And it's in our lap right now and has been in a federal way. So that's what we're focusing on trying to figure out. So I do thank you for talking about that, but we do have two legal issues that can be discussed in the global sense of it, and we can deal with this one issue, but both of those things have to be looked at the same time.
Well, let me, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Vice Chair Ellis. I want to get back to this legal question. Hear you.
Abdul on his way in the queue.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a minute. I'm sorry. Barrett was.
No problem.
I'll be brief. A couple things. First of all, I've spoken to many of you about this leading up to this meeting, and I'm perfectly, including the team at Invest Atlanta, and I'm perfectly willing to have a broader conversation, certainly, about our participation in the TADs writ large, all of them over the long term. And just as our partners at APS have asked for pilot payments and certain renegotiations, we certainly can renegotiate and get pilot payments back or choose to come up with some other plan. And I think that's all a worthwhile conversation and, should happen. But this is about these three projects that have been in the works for quite some time. And I think Invest Atlanta is expressing through their attorney and through Dr. Clementich that these projects will not go forward if we do not approve them. And I want to just be clear that while I understand we have lots of needs in this county, we don't choose to stop doing senior services because we have issues with the jail, right? We have all kinds of things that we do as a county and things that we have to keep supporting. And so economic development is one of those things. And certainly work on affordable housing is one of those things. And from an economic development perspective, our economic development direct dollars are not spent within the city of Atlanta borders. We spend that money outside of the city of Atlanta. So we contribute to the economic development inside of the Atlanta borders, which, to your point, is within Fulton County at a smaller rate than we do in the rest of the county because we have our partners that are willing to do this with us. And on these projects in particular, if I take Vice Chair Ellis's percentages, if we're contributing 29%, just to be clear, the largest of the projects, which is the one at 143 Alabama in District 4, is a $35.2 million project. The TAD grant that's being used to sort of close the gap for them is a $3.5 million grant, of which our share is approximately $1.15 million, which is about 2.8% of the total project. So contributing $1.15 million to a $35 million capital stack in this case is a great return on investment for us. That building is going to be a phenomenal contribution to the county in that part of town. And it's costing us an investment of $1.15 million of tax increment. It's not coming out of general fund, it's tax increment that's already been delivered and sits in the bank account that is the TAD fund. The smaller projects, obviously smaller amounts, the $660,000 project, it's I believe a $260,000 TAD grant. Our contribution to that is $75,400. And the middle-sized one, the scattered homes in District 6, a $1.5 million project with the TAD grant being, I think, $400,000, if I have that right, and our share being about $116,000. That one's about 7%. So these are, small parts of the overall stack, but I've compared this to like a Jenga stack, right? If you pull one peg out of the stack, the whole thing falls apart. And does that mean that these projects will never go forward, that somebody won't find a way to fill that gap, that perhaps there will be some other grant that exists somewhere that can fill this gap, or bigger loans can be gotten, or what have you, possibly. But they may go away altogether. And they certainly will be delayed. I mean, when Dr. Clementis, you can speak to this, but when I asked you that question directly, I mean, your take was these projects will not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So, I mean, we're taking it from the experts who've been working on this and who work on this every day. This is what they do. And their attorney who is solely focused on what they do at Invest Atlanta. And what they're saying is these projects will not continue forward. So I think there's another important point to be made here, which is, and Madam County Attorney, maybe you can help us with this, and the folks at Invest Atlanta, but Vice Chair Ellis threw out this what if this were to close today, there would be X amount of dollars that could be divided in X way. But it's not going to close tomorrow. And even if we were to start to renegotiate or withdraw or what have you, the TAD at the moment is scheduled to go through 2038. And there is debt obligation. Yes, they could pay it right now, but they may choose to go forward with the TAD, with APS, without us, in which case there's nothing to divide up until it closes. So this idea that we're going to get this money back in a short turnaround so that we can apply it to our today problem is not reality. And it's certainly not reality without renegotiating. And so, I think the critical point here is, yes, great, let's renegotiate. Let's talk about the TADs on the whole. Let's look at which of the TADs are the ones to renegotiate on. We're only talking about the West Side TAD because it happened to come up in this way on this agenda. But it doesn't necessarily mean that's the one where we want to stop investing. Perhaps it's one of the others, or several of the others, or all. In the meantime, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's approve these projects in good faith. We did not give our partners any advance notice that we were going to stop this from happening. And yes, I understand that we have the ability to vote yes or no on this, but certainly by precedent, we have approved and ratified, as the term is in the resolution itself, the decisions of the Invest Atlanta Board for these West Side TAD projects for many, many years now. So rather than sort of pulling the rug out from these projects, let's go forward, approve these projects, acknowledge the good work that they're going to do and the good work that's been done to put these capital stacks together, and have the broader conversation. Let's put an agenda item on the next board meeting agenda to have the broader conversation. But I'm really hoping that you'll all be able to sort of mentally separate these two conversations and support these projects.
Is that it?
That is it.
Commissioner Arrington? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Then Commissioner Abdul-Rahman after Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree with Commissioner Barrett more. Frankly, the idea of the bigger conversation and whether we're going to continue in the TAD or not is not germane to the item before us. The item before us are these three projects and whether we're going to approve them. Now, you know, if the TAD lasts until 2038, which apparently is something that Fulton County already committed to and already extended to, whether this existing composition of the board did that or not, I mean, if we haven't gotten out of it, if we haven't backed out of it, then why would we not go forward with these three projects that we've held up now, made them come back down here, wasting their time and our time? I mean, I understand, you know, if there are people that don't want to participate in the TADs, but we already have an existing agreement that we're going to participate in this particular TAD until 2038. So we're going to not honor our agreements? We're not going to uphold what we've said we were going to do? Where do they do that? We're not going to get the money back unless we're just going to withdraw. And I guarantee you, if I was on the other side and y'all said y'all want to get out, I would say go. But you're not getting into this money. So, and then that opens up a whole nother conversation and discussions and litigation. But again, all of that's irrelevant. It's not germane, Mr. Chair. It's not germane whether we're going to continue to participate in the West Side TAD or any of the other TADs as we said we would. It's not germane to whether these three items will get approved. We shouldn't even allow any discussion on the bigger issue. It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant. It is not germane to the agenda item that is before us. We are partners and parties to this TAD. And as such, we should vote. I mean, I guess we could vote to approve these or not approve these, but the discussion of whether we're going to participate or continue to participate in TADs is a completely different discussion. Has nothing to do with the item that is before us. I'm prepared to support the item that is before us. I'm also prepared to have a broader discussion. I think one point that I think Commissioner Ellis made that is a fair point is that in the lost dollars, Atlanta got 137 million and we got 22 million. I think that is a fair point. I don't think it's germane to this agenda item, but I think it is a fair point for a broader discussion. But again, it is not germane to the item before us. I'm prepared to support the item before us. I'm not prepared to just abandon our partners or not live up to our word. See, I guess we're all human, but I try to do what I say and say what I do. And so anything that is going to make me look like I'm not going to live up to my word, I try not to do that. We've given our word to our partners, the City of Atlanta and APS, that we were going to pool this money together until 2038 in order to spur development, in order to fight blight. And I didn't hear anyone say, hey, we want to get out of this tag. We just don't want to approve these. And I don't know, I guess there is a legal question of whether if one party says no, whether the other parties can still move forward or use the money, right? I guess that's the burning issue that is before us, is approval from all three entities needed in order to go forward. I would imagine the answer to that question is yes. Otherwise, why would you even be before us, right? I mean, if y'all could have just used the money without coming to us, guess what? It would already be spent. It would already be spent. So I can answer that question for you. Common sense can answer that question for you. Hey, all right. Well, I guess since I've been practicing law for 30 years, my common sense might be different than others. But common sense can answer that question. If y'all could use that money, y'all would have already used it. You wouldn't even be back here right now. You wouldn't. So, Mr. Chair, I think you should limit this discussion to the agenda item before us and not allow people to be talking about this larger, more general idea that is not germane to the item before us.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, can you hear me? You have the floor.
Yes, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Clear? Thank you, Chairman. My thoughts are plain on this. At the end of the day, every ship, every tub has to sit on its own bottom, as the old folks say. I'm a big supporter of Invest Atlanta, but however, and while we have had, we've seen the revenue generated from the TAD, the bigger question that has come to my mind is based on my constituency and what they are saying. Not what I am saying, but what they are saying, because they are the ones that sent me down here to represent them. For instance, some of my constituents are saying only the builders are the winners here. Now, we got several schools of thoughts that can say that that may or may not be true, but that is a consensus amongst some of my constituents. Now, to my Democratic colleagues, this question is not necessarily to my Republican colleagues. This is to my Democratic colleagues in an open forum, because we all know that Democrats carry the banner of affordable housing. We all know that the Democrats carry the banner of jobs being created. How many jobs were created as a result of the TADs? Where is the affordable housing? And is it meeting the crisis of gentrification? You cannot tell me not to have this conversation and not to bring it up now, and that it's not germane, because if you're going to tell me that, tell me when it will be. What I'm saying today is not that I can't support it. What I'm saying today in my investigation of when they came into place, there were references of jobs being created. There were references of affordable housing. I appreciate that even on both sides, we understand this is a bigger conversation. The problem is people seem to think that today is not today to have that conversation. And to that, if that's the case, then are we doing business as usual? And who do the people of District 6 have to speak on their behalf? We may need to look at this. But I owe no political favors to any. What I owe is accountability. First and foremost to the taxpaying citizens of District 6 and to all of them. But you cannot tell me to ask these questions. You cannot tell me that they're inappropriate. Affordable housing is a crisis now. Jobs are. Gentrification is a crisis. And I've got to ask, what are we doing? What have we done? And will today a vote without this conversation suffice those in District 6? It will not for me. Doesn't mean down the road that my thoughts may change. But right now, considering on what I've looked at and the numbers that are in front of me, I would do a disservice to the taxpaying citizens of District 6 to support this and not ask those questions and not have them answered. So I ask to you, are we doing business as usual? Are we looking at something and saying, hey, well, that's not our problem. That's somebody else's problem. So today I tell you, unfortunately, I cannot support this until those questions are answered. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Ellis? What?
The,
Question. What were the questions?
the,
Just a minute.
do you have any outstanding questions, Commissioner, right now that you want to address?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
Did you have any outstanding
Just a minute,
questions you
just a
wanted to
minute,
address?
Were you asking some questions that you wanted
Yes,
answered by?
I'm asking, what I am asking, if there is an opportunity here to have those questions answered if we do not move forward.
Okay.
There is
Future questions.
ample funding for those projects to maybe go ahead and or, I'm saying both. We need a reallocation and we need a refocusing on there are jobs needed and there's affordable housing needed all over Fulton County, but especially in District 6. We've got other districts, but right now I think those colleagues that I have can speak to their districts. I think the other colleagues can speak to those districts much better than I can. But my point today is to raise a concern that there is a affordable housing crisis. There is jobs that were promised. I need someone to tell me, what do I tell my constituents when they ask where are the jobs that were supposed to come as a product of the tax? I cannot, in good conscience, sweep those questions under the rug as a representative and as a Democrat. I know this is an uncomfortable conversation that we don't want to have, but I have to have it today because there's no other opportunity that I will be able to have that conversation and get the answers that my constituents need.
All right, ma'am, did you hear a question that you feel you have to answer?
Yes, I heard was how many affordable housing units we've been able to produce in the TAD, and I do have that number. So we've been able to produce in 2024, 1,301 total housing units, of which 1,160 were affordable housing. And I'll just state, we are just as committed as you are, Commissioner, to affordable housing and jobs in the South and all of our tax allocation districts.
Can anyone speak to how many jobs have been created?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, that's why I didn't speak to it, and I don't want to give you approximation, but I will tell you it's a higher rate than in our other parts that are non-TAD. But I will send that number to you immediately when I get back to the office.
Okay. What I want you to do, because Dr. Connect, you know, I've been a big supporter, and this is not adversarial, and please don't take it as such. It's something that to be asked at this moment in time, and unfortunately, you are the ones that are here to answer. When we're talking about affordable housing in the West Side TAD, what are we talking about when we're talking about the rental, the costs to individuals that are looking for affordable housing in just specifically that District 6 part of the West Side TAD?
So for the West Side TAD, if you look at the project that's in front of you with the West Side Future Fund, they're at 60% AMI, which Jennifer is going to get me what the rate is to answer your exact question. And so what is exciting about the West Side Future Fund scatter site, that will go to individual families. And that rent, and these are for sale, and go ahead.
Yeah, so the West Side Future Fund project is for sale, affordable for sale, so not applicable to rental. But the other project, the Community Builders project, that's going to have 50% of AMI in English Avenue, that equates to about $650 to $700 for a one-bedroom. But we have our deepest levels of affordability in terms of the area median income number in English Avenue and Vine City, since that's our primary area of focus, and we look at the data in terms of what the average household income is. It's obviously very, very low. So we know that affordable housing in English Avenue and Vine City is not the same as affordable housing in other parts of the city. So that's where we try to get the deepest levels of affordability.
Let me ask you this, because it was on my list and unfortunately I passed it. Do you have a number that you could give me in this open forum? And if you don't, that's fine. But I did meant to ask. The constituency base that has they don't consider 300 to 400,000 as affordable housing. And so what I'm asking you, is that a midline? Is that where some of these projects are hitting, for one? And two, do you have a number of affordable housing that would go to that number that you're speaking of when you're talking about, you know, the income and what you all look at as far as what would be affordable from a purchase, not a rental?
So Eloisa just pulled the HUD number. That's the foundation for what, you know, is determined to be 80% of AMI for sale or rental. But I can speak specifically to your question, because I think you're asking what is our target for an affordable for sale single family home in English Avenue and Vine City. I think that's what you're very explicitly asking about.
Yes.
And that is a conversation we have daily, internally and with our partners. And I can tell you this, the projects that we are involved with, mostly in English Avenue and then some in Vine City for single family, it's the hardest thing to do is to get affordable for sale. And we're really trying to target between 60 and 80% of AMI, which is much lower than traditionally what's considered affordable for single family for sale can go up to 140% of AMI, but we're really trying to get at the 60 to 80%. And in order to achieve that, we need lots of subsidy and lots of partners, including the West Side Future Fund and the Atlanta Land Trust, to layer all of their tools to really get that purchase price down, because construction costs are construction costs, and it can cost $350,000 to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, but that's not an affordable sales price. Nobody believes that to be the case. So we layer our incentives and our down payment assistance and our West Side TAD funding to bring that cost down. West Side Future Fund brings its financing into it. Atlanta Land Trust brings its ability to raise philanthropic capital. Sometimes purchasers can take advantage of down payment assistance through the West Side Future Fund or Atlanta Housing. So single family for sale needs all of those layers, including the West Side TAD, to bring for sale homes. Sometimes we can get at the $200,000 level, and sometimes it's higher, but that equates to about 60 to 80% of AMI, which is the target, and that's the lowest level of affordability that I've seen anybody else even nationally be able to achieve. So that is our goal, that is our target, and we have been successful so far, and it's very hard to do, and we need all of the partners on the same page doing it.
And I'm just going to add to your question about numbers, that would be about a house for one individual is about $135,000 is the total cost of the house, and then we would layer the down payment assistance, which would be anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 to help someone get in there. So that means an individual could get in possibly anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 to buy a home.
Okay. We know that, and the reason this is a concern and the reason that I brought this forward today, we know that gentrification has increased, AMI has increased because of gentrification, which means that they are not going to be the legacy residents that I know that you all have a commitment to. I know that. And like I said, this is not adversarial. This is trying to figure out, how do we get creative? How do we look at something that we didn't necessarily create, but we have to address? And I know it's an uncomfortable conversation for you all. I know it's an uncomfortable conversation probably for all of my colleagues, but it's a conversation that I have to have today, because there's not going to be another opportunity for me to have this conversation. And if we walk away today with you all not necessarily getting what you all wanted, and for us looking as though we are making it a little bit harder or difficult, if it allows us to go back to a semi-drawing board and redo this and bring it back in 2 weeks, then I'd be more than happy to support that. What I'm saying today, and we are dealing with today in 2025, where gentrification is at an all-time high in District 6, where a lot of legacy residents cannot afford to live or rent in District 6. We need a creative answer. And when I say we, I mean me and the constituents that sent me down here. So I would ask, if at all possible, what the vice chair as well as Commissioner Ivory brought to the table, if a conversation can be had, I would appreciate that in an effort to try to resolve this. And I am on board for resolving it, but I'm not on board resolving it on the backs of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County that depend on us to help them with this vision that supposedly the city of Atlanta has, as well as Fulton County, of affordable housing and jobs. And so on that note, I will release my time. I will ask that you all take to heart what I have said today on behalf of my constituents, I know these are uncomfortable conversations. I know that some people are not going to be fans of me for bringing this conversation, but guess what? They weren't fans of me beforehand. So there's no love lost. I must do what I need to do for the people who sent me here. So what I would appreciate any concern, any possible creative way of looking at this to be looked into. Thank you.
I would just add on all the West Side Future Fund projects, Commissioner, they only goes to legacy residents. So we're right there with you and aligned that we need to ensure. I mean, I was in many of those community meetings with you where we put our own personal reputation on the line for our constituents, that we were going to ensure legacy residents took those. And I remember those meetings.
And that's
I was
why I
with
want
you. Yeah.
you to know that it's not adversarial.
No,
And
I
it's
appreciate your support.
pointed at you all. It's just if I do not bring it up at the time that people are listening, no one will listen to it at all. And so let me go on record saying I am a big supporter of the work that you all do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm doing the best that I can given the situation with the concerns of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else you want to answer that she asked?
I think I covered most of the questions, and I'll just add, I'm always available to come if you have any questions, but I'll always make myself available to you.
Yes, ma'am.
No
think
other
I got
questions
it.
at this time for her? Answers, rather. All
I
right.
think I
Vice
got
Chair
it.
Ellis.
I had a question for our staff, and I just want to, I think I'm right on this. Can you think of any development, real estate development project we have committed funds with another city in Fulton County with in 2024 or 2023?
Nothing particular is coming to mind, Commissioner Ellis, Vice
Maybe
Chair Ellis.
some small tads outside of Atlanta, right?
Well, we do have, I mean, we do have,
Small.
yes, a couple of TADs that are outside of Atlanta, but I can't think of any,
Any direct that we did?
anything that would have been done outside of a TAD
Right.
that
And-
came directly to the board for specialized approval. Other than perhaps the one that was just done on the, I'm not sure this really counts, but the 4-H land site,
But that was our land.
that was our land, the botanical gardens. What were you thinking?
Right. But
Cottage
we're-
homes, the cottage homes project maybe that we
That
did
was
with
our
our
money.
ARPA money.
Right, our money, all our money, right? In the unincorporated area, right?
In the unincorporated area?
For that one? It was
Yeah,
Union City.
yeah,
for
no,
that, okay.
Union City,
Okay.
yeah.
So 1 million or so, something like that.
Yeah.
They, with ARPA money. And then roughly our TAD increment, I think, for Atlanta TADs was like 55 million, something like that.
That's about right.
Okay.
The amount that was pulled out from our general fund billings.
Okay, tax money, right? That's what that is. Tax,
Yes,
property tax.
property tax. That's part of our
So-
property tax, yes.
And then our economic development budget in the general fund's about 1.5 million. Does that sound about right? So just,
It's pretty small,
okay,
yet,
okay. So
yes.
my point being is this is a very large county, right? In fact, the majority of the population Atlanta's big, but the majority of the population actually sits outside the city of Atlanta. And so I did want to correct sort of one misnomer that we dedicate all of our economic development efforts outside the city of Atlanta. You just heard that number. It's like 60-1. Okay? So let's just sort of be real about that. We, the citizens of Fulton County taxpayers, have invested significant dollars into economic development in Atlanta, disproportionate, well disproportionate than anywhere else in the county. And that vehicle's come through TADS, and that is not in dispute. So I want that to be on the record and people to be understand and be clear about this.
That's correct.
We represent the entire county. the stuff you talk about is important, but equally, we've got other very big needs, many of which are the same things. I have affordable housing needs in my particular district. I've got a particular niche of it that has some severe needs. You know, but no funds are coming in there. Okay? So I just want to correct that sort of misnomer that was thrown out there. If we not met any of our obligations as respects to West Side TAD,
County's met all their obligations.
we've met all our obligations. Okay? So we've been a willing partner. This conversation and my parts of this are specific to these projects and to the West Side TAD. And my position, I'll read the document, when that decision was made back in, what was it, 2007, 2008, to extend it, something like that, right? You know, the words in that say, you know, projects after 2018, you know, come back to us for the decision whether or not we want to commit our increment. And, you know, that didn't mean that, hey, we're going to go work up a project, and we're going to do all the work on it, and then we're going to show up in Fulton County and say, we've done all this work, you got to sign off on it, and if you don't sign off on it, you're a bunch of bad folks, right? The way I read that is like, at some point in time, somebody had the foresight to say, look, after that period of time, this needs to come and be given serious consideration. Do we want to continue to apply your increment here? Because it may have that ship may have sailed. The purpose of the TAD may have been met as it was construed at that particular point in time. Not just the fact that, hey, here's another good project that we could throw some funds at. So, I mean, as I look at this and where we are, and I'm not going to rehash everything I just said, I think we have to do our due diligence and be a fiduciary to the taxpayers that we were all elected by to say, hey, you know, should we look at this and say, it's time to not approve any additional increment, starting with these particular projects. We can't commit it right here, knowing what we need to know, and we should preserve our increment, knowing the needs that we have elsewhere. And I don't think, it may have not been done before, and I've still not heard, and I don't have, based upon what I've read, I don't see a legitimate legal position why somebody, I mean, you all made, in the West Side TAD, in addition to the tax increment, if I read it correctly, you also made $1 million in just interest expense, roughly, in 2024? Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. I mean, that's kind of, I mean, it's almost unheard of to sort of think of like, hey, this thing is so healthy that it's not only getting tax increment, but it's also generating significant investment in interest off of it as well. But I don't see why there's not, you know, there is excess cash buildup to be able to go back and say to another participant in the TAD, if you really want this to move forward, could you commit some of your excess increment to it? There are no other bond obligations. All the bond obligations are met and spoken for within a particular footprint of the cash that you have on hand. So, you know, I don't see where that's not an opportunity for that to be done and for the project to be able to move forward. May not have been done before, but there's a lot of stuff that's never been done before that certainly could be worked out and could be done in a fairly quick manner. So I just, you know, I appreciate everything that has been done within the scope of this particular TAD over a period of time, and Fulton County's participation in it should not go unrecognized, and probably it has been unrecognized, you know, in terms of what our role in this is and how significant of a role it's been. But as I look at it now, I feel like it's generally met its intended purpose, and we shouldn't continue to allow our increment to be built up in there. We've got other places where we should consider those funds to be able to go, even if we're not going to be in receipt of them until somewhere down the road.
Did you hear a question you wanted to respond to before I'm asked to allow you to respond to a question that I didn't hear?
Commissioner, I didn't hear one either. I was.
I didn't hear
gonna ask
one
him. Okay, I
before,
just want-
thank you. That's just an editorial comment.
Oh.
And I was
Thorne?
addressing some comments that were made by my colleagues, that
Yeah,
we were only committing a small amount of money to the city of Atlanta in terms of economic development. So I just really wanted to clear that up.
Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I don't really have any questions per se, but I do want to say you guys do an amazing job. You do a great job. I actually used to live in the West Side TAD before the TAD was there, so I know what development has come during my college days of living over there, and it's amazing what all has been created over there. Traffic now is a little bad to get around, but it's amazing over there. And I have to commend Commissioner Barrett for meeting with me, for going over things. She's a fighter, and she really believes in everything Invest Atlanta does, and she has firsthand experience. So I really take what you say with a lot of weight. And the 3 projects I see as like just amazing projects. The one on Alabama Street, the corner, that's going to be front-facing to 5 Point Station. It's going to be World Cup soccer coming through there. So I really do see the need for that project and all the projects, from the small 5-plex on up to the mid-size project. But with that being said, I've been going back and forth with everything, and what Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Ivory were stating about, this was in 2017 when the TAD was extended, and we have so many needs all across the county. And since you guys do such a great job, you've won all of these TADs, you've gotten approval for all these TADs. But even in my part of the county, in Roswell, they're looking at trying to get a TAD together. And I don't know if we'll be able to afford to go into another TAD with them. And to me, that's sad, because they have great plans for this area. And we've invested, Fulton County, all the taxpayers of Fulton County have invested so much with Invest Atlanta. I do feel like we need to have a discussion. There is a reason that we had to approve every project. The other TADs, we don't. This is the only one that we have the privilege of doing this. So I feel bad, but if this is the only one that we have leverage, sometime we might need to pull a lever when some times are tough. And times are tough for us right now. We're having to make hard decisions on where we spend more dollars. And our finances are uncertain moving into the future. And it's very likely we're going to have to raise the millage rate because of those expenses. So the burden's going to be placed on our taxpayers. And then Commissioner Abdurrahman, it was surprising that your constituents, your legacy residents, haven't been happy or pleased or have some doubts in there. So that was kind of a shifting point for me, because I no longer live in that TAD. But to hear it from someone who does and is with those constituents and those legacy partners, I really value her insight as well. So at this point, I feel like maybe this is the time where we do have to make some tough decisions and maybe not go in these projects, and hopefully our attorney is right and these projects can move forward without our funding. I wouldn't think that we would set it up that we had the ability to kill any project that you guys have forward for such a small amount of money, 1.2 million. It seems like, given your finances, you're in much better shape than we are. And I don't know if you want to speak to that, Sue. You look like you're about to speak.
Well, just briefly, obviously, Invest Atlanta would receive advice from their own attorney, but just to give a little context on that point, it is our understanding that APS, for example, another participant in this TAD, receives pilot payments back and sometimes receives their entire increment returned to them. So I believe that would be consistent with our initial reading that equal participation by all of the contributing entities is not a requirement for any given project to move forward, so long as you have sufficient funds from other increments to fund the project.
And that's the legal question that needs to be answered. You have one opinion, and my good friend Roz Rubens has a different opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an omnibus TAD agreement where APS gets increments back. I think some is piloted back to Fulton County as well. There's an agreement with, not in the West Side TAD, in the Belline TAD.
All right. So again, you have one opinion. Their council has a different opinion. You represent us, not my good friend Roz Rubens.
I'm going to have Roz reach out to.
No, I'm going to get it in writing from her, what you said, what you believe her opinion is.
Thank you, sir. I
And
will do
make
the
this
same.
conditioned upon us receiving that. Commissioner Ivory, you have the floor.
Thank you, all of the commissioners, vice chair, and Mr. Chairman for all of the conversation on this. And thank you, Commissioner Thorne, for paying a close attention to the Alabama Street project, which is in my district, and which is why I took the time to meet with Invest Atlanta and to really begin to think about this, and not for a lot of the arguments about whether it is our responsibility for the economic development, all of those things. We're responsible for a lot of things. We should be working in partnership with all of our cities to be dealing with all of the issues that we're dealing with. And then we're particularly responsible for certain things which we find ourselves in a crisis over. I think that this larger conversation has kind of been sprung upon y'all as you came to present in a normal fashion that you have presented before, the projects that have been funded and that this board has said okay to in the past, and you've moved forward. But it is at a certain time that happened due to the crisis that we find ourselves in. So I don't want that to feel like it was, oh, so now they want to start talking about this thing. It happened because it happened, right, at this moment in time. But it is true that you allocated, and these projects have been, I understand that if one of the projects doesn't go through for the owner who is renovating the property that she lives in, she will lose the funding from the bank. That is the portion that she needs to continue the whole project through. I don't want to punish these projects for the condition that we find ourselves in right now, but it is very important to understand the condition that we find ourselves in, because it's going to have an impact moving forward completely. So I don't know what other projects you've already started to think about allocating money to that you would have to come back to us for a vote. I think you've gotten a lot of information about how that will probably go, in the future as we continue to have our conversations about what we need to do. I still do think there is that legal question of, does our vote, there's the two questions, like, can the excess funds be used somewhere else? And I think that our county attorney has been dealing with that. But I also think that there's that other question, if our vote holds up the whole thing. Regardless of the answer to those questions, I do not want the Alabama Street project, because it's in my district, it's germane to a cleanup that is involved in a larger, larger event that's coming to our city with World Cup to be held up. So I would commit to voting to move this forward today for these three projects. But I share the concerns of all of the commissioners in looking at our participation, the way we're structured across all boards, not just across TADs, across sales tax, of course, all of the areas that our money is coming in from our taxpayers, and examine what is best for them in the way that Commissioner Abdul Rahman spoke about, and what our particular districts need for economic development and what our constituents want. So I just hope that you hearing all of this from us today, gives you an understanding of the challenges that we face in doing this. And I don't want to punish these three that were here on the agenda before you knew that we were sort of thinking about these things, but it is an important conversation for you to be aware of.
All right, any other comments? Now, let me be clear. You put a lot of time on this. This is in your district, and it's in Commissioner Abdul Rahman's district. You support it. Yes. And I want to be crystal clear about it. You deserve the credit for putting the time in this.
Thank you.
You
Well,
won't get
Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you for that, and I put the time in it because we've been talking about this for 2 or 3 weeks now, and I am the newest commissioner, so I had to rely on the chairman's knowledge and historic education about Fulton County, and Vice Chairman Bob Ellis's understanding of the intricacies of these issues. And so I want to say that I'm coming to this, it might feel like, oh, I'm that vote, but no, I'm thinking about this from a very important, larger view that I need to think about it, but I understand that this Alabama Street project is very crucial, and that is the only reason why I am voting on this today.
I'd like to request, it probably won't be honored, but I want to request it publicly, that since you do not know the definitive answer by your counsel, if you would get that to us in writing, I would appreciate it. So with that, you support this all right,
I
the
will get that,
motion,
sir.
pardon me?
I will get that for you.
The motion on the floor is to approve.
And the vote is open.
Abstain.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay, 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ivory. Continue, Madam Clerk.
250269, request approval of a resolution approving an agreement between Fulton County, the Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and the City of Atlanta to provide judicial interim tax foreclosure services concerning municipal code enforcement liens, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, now I've introduced this at the request of our tax commissioner, who was not present at the last meeting, but who is present today. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second at this time? Not yet. So let's hear from you, Commissioner Strike. Yeah, you are a commissioner, tax commissioner. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Good
Yes.
afternoon. This is a project to do judicial foreclosure on basically abandoned properties with significant tax liabilities and liens on them. Fulton County did probably about 1,000 of those back maybe 2000, 2004. Those were for single-family homes, usually abandoned. A judicial foreclosure is done with the approval of the courts. A judge approves a judicial foreclosure. It's basically the reverse of the normal non-judicial foreclosures that the sheriff conducts every first Tuesday in the month. With a judicial foreclosure, the right for the redemption is only 2 months. The court gives the order to do the foreclosure. With a non-judicial, the legal barment takes place after a year after the sheriff's sale. So it's a very different process. The successful bidder with a judicial foreclosure could get a property within about 3 months. The city approached me on this project for basically abandoned large properties with significant liens and usually demolition liens and things like that on those properties. Some of those properties are going to be used to put on affordable housing. The cost of this project is going to be borne by the city. The county does not pay for the title searches or anything like that, unlike what we did back in the early 2000s. So all the risks on this project is basically with the city of Atlanta, not with Fulton County. And Fulton County does not pay for a single thing on these projects. But it would get their portion of delinquent taxes.
Yeah, what about the people, though? The people, they get put out.
It's commercial.
Commissioner Ivory?
Okay, so just to real layman's terms on this, your office would be responsible for the judicial foreclosures.
That is correct.
This is to residential or commercial properties?
It could be for both. In the beginning, when I did them back in the early days, they were for both. The majority of those were residential properties. And the people who bought those were usually very young people, first jobs, etc.
Did you say very young?
They were usually very young people back in the early 2000s. It didn't take much in those days to get a single property, a single family home in those days. This is going back 20 years when you were in the city. You remember those dump trucks around the city?
Yes, sir.
So this is being introduced in order to deal with blighted properties and, I mean, it's not, yes? Is that-
Yes, blighted
okay.
properties.
So are these is the property already vacant, or could there possibly be somebody living in the property?
There could be somebody living in the property, but in the days when I did it, we targeted properties where nobody lived in the property. And if we inadvertently found out that somebody was in the property, we would pull back. But the ultimate decision was made by a judge. We did not just go and throw people out of houses. We never did that. Nor do we do that today in my office.
Now, if this judicial foreclosure process, if we approved this judicial foreclosure process, would you implore, like, what would you do to prevent, if there's a family that has, several liens, it's time to foreclose on them, what are you going to do in that situation?
Every one of these legal actions, each one is a legal action because its final approval is
By the court.
It is at my sole discretion, and I exercised that discretion in the past, and I will continue to do so.
By not throwing families out?
I wouldn't throw families out.
I understand that this process of the city of Atlanta asking you to do these judicial foreclosures you were approached with this many years ago, or several times approached with this, and you had not wanted to do it. What has changed?
Well, for one thing has changed.
Do you want a water?
The pollen is affecting me.
Oh, me too. I don't mind.
No, I'm fine. That wouldn't help me.
Because I understand.
That wouldn't help me.
Okay.
Remember, I live under trees and woods and things, so I'm being affected. What's changed this time? First of all, let me say that the city has approached me many, many times over the years through several mayors. This one is tied to a particular project, different from the other times. There was no end goal in the other approaches. They just wanted to get properties. This one has some goal, and it's tied to housing. The other thing that's different is that the county is not paying for this. The city is paying for this. And the risks are with the city, not with the county or me. And our attorney could talk to that.
Okay, so I understand, that the city's main goal of affordable housing for making, properties available to be used for housing options. I think it's admirable to think about it from this perspective. I want to think about what could go wrong in allowing judicial foreclosures now as, a choice. When folks have been in a foreclosure situation in the past, they could rely on the fact that Georgia is a non-judicial foreclosure, or Fulton County is a non-judicial foreclosure county, and I think it's state too, right?
Wait a minute. What do you mean non? No counties are non-judicial foreclosure.
Well, I mean, we don't do court foreclosures.
I don't do it.
You don't do it?
I don't do it.
Okay, correct
I've
me
done
on
it in the
that.
past.
Okay. So you don't do it, but you would get into an agreement with the city of Atlanta to do it. In the
In this
worst case scenario, I want to understand how this could, what measures would be in place so that this wouldn't go wrong and people would find themselves, I heard you say it would be in your discretion. So what would happen if you were no longer here and now this was allowed and somebody was not going to use, the new tax commissioner was not going to use the discretion to throw families out? How would that work?
I can't speak for an incoming tax commissioner, but I would assure you that when you go to Fulton County Court with one of these things, the judge has to approve it. And everybody who has any semblance of a property interest in this property is notified and could show up at court. And I remember in the old days, sometimes the owner would have died and a sibling or niece would be in the house and we'd go to court. And then that would show up. And usually we'd back off or the judge would back off and not do it. So I would rely on the courts to make sure that nothing funny happens when I'm not here.
And just, I understand that you said that there was no cost to Fulton County, but what about just in time and resources? What will will there be any burden of time and resources taken from your office, even if it's not cost?
Not much in just to oversee the properties that are being mentioned or given to us. Okay. But the title work is done not in my office as it was in the past. The cost is not coming from the county, so we don't have to set up any accounting for it. And so that's out of the question. All costs come to the county. We would normally disperse the taxes when it comes here, just like we do for every other property.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry I sound so hoarse. I don't have a honey pocket in my shirt. I have a lozenge.
Want one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a quick question.
Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Yeah, she said that things have changed. They've come to you for this, have repeated requests, and the thing that's changed, it's for a particular project. Is that what I understood?
No. In this case, I understand the reason for having a project or have me do these foreclosures.
Okay.
And the reason I was given by the mayor himself is that this would be part of his initiative to get affordable housing by getting sometimes some of the very big underperforming or abandoned properties back on the tax roll, free and clear of any legal encumbrances, and that's the reason for it. Secondly, he was going to pay the cost of this project. And thirdly, if nobody forecloses on it at the courthouse steps, it would then go to the land bank, who would pay all the costs that he has guaranteed. And so that's how they would get it, through the land bank.
Is there any way that this could be weaponized against anybody? Like code enforcement, someone starts getting hit with all of a sudden with all these code enforcements, they can't afford to pay it, they know it, they get their property taken away.
That's not weaponized. I mean, if there's delinquent taxes on it and there's a lien on it, I could foreclose on it. The problem is, most of the time with these properties, there is so much burden on the properties that they are of no commercial value. The burdens on it, tax burdens and liens, etc., are overwhelming the value of the property, and so nobody would bid on it. In that case, it would then go to the land bank, who would pay the minimum cost, and the city would then get it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Any other questions? Commissioner Arrington.
You're a lawyer. You should know all this stuff.
Well, I don't want to make it any more confusing, but the sheriff doesn't actually foreclose. The sheriff actually executes a levy, which is not a foreclosure. But my question is, what about indemnification for any lawsuits, right? So if somebody sues you or sues the sheriff or one of the judges, if Atlanta's covering the cost for this, then I would just, Madam County Attorney, ask that they indemnify us from any claims or lawsuits that might result as a result of this judicial foreclosures.
The language of the proposed contract provides for the city to pay for legal representation and for indemnification for representing either the tax commissioner or Fulton County should either entity be sued in relation to these foreclosures.
Okay, what if somebody sues the judge that signs the order?
I would have to review that again. I don't know that that's specifically included, although we could certainly argue that that should be covered under the same concept that there should be no cost for defense or judgment to the county.
Or we could include it in the agreement so
Certainly we
that
could.
we know up front that it's covered. I wouldn't want to wait until afterwards and then try to argue for it. I'd rather argue for it now and include it. All right, well, I mean, you know.
What are you suggesting, Commissioner?
My only request was just to make sure that we were indemnified. I think Commissioner Ivory and Commissioner Thorne were worried about blowback and what potential blowback, right, there could be from constituents, from others. And, you know, the one way that there could be blowback that I did not hear anyone address would be lawsuits against the county, the tax commissioner, the judge, or anyone else. And so I'm just asking that we make sure that any Fulton County employee is indemnified from any action that they might take, because they may not sue you. They may sue your deputy, right? And then I guess my other thing, Madam County Attorney.
Well, that's covered.
That's covered.
Yeah, Fulton County employees. Your question specifically was a judge.
Right. Well, I think what I heard her say was that you were covered and that Fulton County was covered, but I did not hear her say Fulton County employees were covered. And then judges, I guess, you know, probably a little different. They're probably state employees. But, you know, my other question is, I think we need to make sure all of those are covered. So I'm just asking that all of that gets covered, that there's complete and full indemnification for anyone on our side that performs anything in case of a lawsuit, right?
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam County Attorney, how can we incorporate what Commissioner Arrington is suggesting?
We can certainly beef up the language too. I was just looking up the proposed contract and have found the provision. It does mention the tax commissioner and the county. So we could certainly be more inclusive in the language about who is covered. So that would expand the specifically referenced parties. There is always the possibility in reality that we could present it for defense or indemnification, and it may not, you know, be responded to in a manner that would allow us to just hand it off to the city or to outside counsel provided by the city. So there is that risk. But to the extent possible, we could include more comprehensive lists of specific covered.
Well, I tell you how I would handle that risk. I would incorporate language that the tax commissioner could take it out of the funds collected if they don't do it. I know how I would handle that if I was county attorney. It would be we would maintain the right to deduct it from any funds collected before dispersing to them. That's what I would do.
All right, Madam County Attorney, where are we?
What I am hearing is that before you would, as a board, be willing to consider signing on to this agreement, you would at least like to see some additional language, more robust language around defense and indemnification.
So do you need time to do that?
I would appreciate some time
Okay,
to do
all
that,
right.
yes.
Commissioner Arrington, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Wouldn't that just be part, I mean, you're saying you need time before we approve it, or you need time, has an agreement already been negotiated?
There is a draft agreement that is attached to this item, yes.
So, I mean, I guess, you know, I don't want to slow it up. I just want to make sure that it's included, and I would just say,
Yeah, it's still a draft.
you know, make it part of the conditions for approval.
Like ceremony.
Can I be put in the queue to speak, please?
Yes.
I can speak now, Chairman?
Commissioner Ellis? All right, go ahead. Commissioner Ellis yields to you.
Yeah, I would like to put a motion to hold this, and I'm going to tell you why. My good friend, Dr. Ferdinand, I have to disagree with you. Any and everything can be weaponized when it comes to politics. So I want to support this. I'm concerned about a couple of things that I would like to have an offline conversation with the county attorney about, because I would not want to give someone an idea that they don't already have. So before I could support this. So I'm going to put in a motion to hold this. It's not time sensitive. County attorney, I have a couple of questions offline that I would like to speak to you about in my concerns in this climate, where whether they are residential or commercial, where people are struggling with losing the main source of income that's coming in, with the economy headed to a recession. I don't know if I can support this totally, because it almost gives me a robbing Peter to pay Paul type mentality, which may be unjust. So let me say that. That's why I need more information. But I want to put a motion in to hold this so we can get the correct language, as well as I can get the answers that I need from the county attorney myself.
All right.
Would you want to make this a friendly motion?
No. Just let me preside, Tax Commissioner. Thank you. The
Just
substitute motion to hold, is there a second to the substitute motion to hold? All right, I'll second it. And Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair, you want to be heard on the hold?
I mean, you don't have the powers to do this right now. The state does not give you those particular
I
powers.
have the power to do this right now.
Well, you don't have the power to do this with the city of Atlanta right now, without this action by us.
I have the power to do that with the city of Atlanta right now.
Then why is it before us?
Because I wanted to make sure that the county understands it, that you know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to do this privately or silently, and I don't believe in just exercising an authority because I have it. There are many things I could do without the board, but I don't, and this is one of them.
Okay, I was not of the understanding that this did require our approval in order for it to occur.
So I will say that as a general matter, Dr. Ferdinand does have the authority to enter into contracts as a separate entity. But in this instance, there is a statute that comes into play. It's OCGA 485359.1 that for this particular type of agreement does require Fulton County to be a party to the agreement.
Okay. I guess just from a property rights standpoint, this just doesn't feel right to me. Different and distinct from what our normal practices is elsewhere. I do think, there is, where code enforcement is the underlying tool for this. I do feel like that's opens itself up for the opportunities for abuse, and it provides me pause from a property rights perspective. That's my perspective on it.
Could I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
Not all counties do non-judicial foreclosures like we do in Fulton County. Some counties rely on judicial foreclosures for collecting taxes. I don't. There are land banks around the state who routinely do judicial foreclosure. That's how they get properties. Back in the early days, I did more than 1,000 of those over the years. And we never had a judge sued to start with, never had a judge sued. We were always very temperate in terms of how we exercise our authority on these things. And I don't think over those years, and Mr. Chairman, you may speak to that, because most of those properties we did a judicial foreclosure on were in the city of Atlanta. I said probably 99% of them. and I've never heard of somebody, an elderly person being evicted or an heir being evicted who were in college and inherited the property. We did not abuse this authority, and we did not abuse people's property rights. It's one of the things that I made almost like a rule in my office. Don't over-abuse the authority you have. You have a lot of authority, especially in this judicial, and we never abused it. And the attorney we had at that time, Bill Datson, who is now deceased, was very, very adamant about making sure that we do not abuse people's property rights, take away properties maliciously, and things. We never did this kind of thing. And I'll certainly, while I'm the tax commissioner, that's not going to happen here. But I understand your point. I understand your point also, and I think the attorney would work with us to make sure that those things are taken care of, and I support them.
Yeah, I still, the fact that you're in your role, somebody else could be in that role tomorrow, different people could be looking at it, and the underlying driver of this is how people treat, at the municipal level, code enforcement. And code enforcement, the rules and so forth that are placed upon property owners are a lot different today than what they were in 1920.
Yeah. Let me add one thing to that. The attorneys will tell you that before we begin the process, there has to be delinquent property attached to that property. I'm not going to go to properties that are totally code enforcement. That's not what this is for.
The way that the document reads, it doesn't suggest that to me, that that's a requirement.
We will look to find you the exact provision, but one of the terms that Dr. Ferdinand insisted upon was that the code enforcement lien would not be the only basis on which this foreclosure would proceed, that the contract would only cover properties that had an independent tax lien in addition to the code enforcement, so that it would be more clear and be on a more solid footing in terms of the legal basis to go forward with a foreclosure.
Okay, maybe it's just, the way I read it is more like that wasn't maybe it was a consideration, but it wasn't a requirement.
It should be.
I mean, I don't want to belabor this anymore. We're going to hold it. We can have future conversation on some of the questions. So.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
And I don't know if you know this or not, Dr. Ferdinand, or if this would be a question for the city of Atlanta, but my presumption is that most of these properties are for vacant lots, or vacant or abandoned lots, and so
that's correct.
That might also be a provision, Madam County Attorney, that we want to include. Make it for vacant lots, and that might also help people who are worried about property rights and people worried about families being evicted. If this is only for vacant lots, then that would eliminate, I guess it won't fully eliminate property rights for Vice Chair Ellis, but it certainly would address Commissioner Ivory's issue of families being put out on the streets, right? And so, that might also, again, County Attorney, be something that we want to include to make it only applicable for vacant lots. And I don't know how many of the properties are vacant lots or not. Maybe that makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but I certainly would offer that, because I think that might address some of the issues of the commissioners.
All right, any other questions? The motion on the floor. Yes, the motion on the floor is to hold.
Yes, I just wanted to ask one last question. If in the consideration of all these proposals that are being made to the legal document, I just wanted to ask, why 2 months from a year? Where did that number come from versus 4 months or 6 months?
The law states that the successful bidder on the courthouse steps for this judicial process has 2 months to redeem.
Okay, thank you.
Then they can have a deed in 1 month. Whereas in a non-judicial, you cannot bar the right of redemption for 1 year. That's a legal basis. It's not arbitrary.
All right, other questions? All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold.
Yay.
And the motion to hold passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
250313, request approval of a resolution to repeal and replace the Code of Resolutions, Subpart B, Article 2, Employee Organizations, Sections 154-36 through 154-44 of the Fulton County Code of Laws to streamline recognition of employee organizations and for other purposes. Sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Mr.
I
Herman.
want to make, I'm sorry, Chairman Pitts, go ahead.
No, I want to make a motion to approve, and Mr. Herman. What is this? What am I doing? What did I do? Mr. Herman?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Kenneth Herman, Chief HR Officer. The resolution that we're talking about today is a continuation of our conversation from the last board meeting, where I articulated to you, Commissioners, that the existing ordinance that established a process for how various unions and employee associations are recognized by the Board of Commissioners was very convoluted, and I think most of you agreed. And I think Commissioner Arrington, you suggested that we, have a conversation with legal and how we could streamline this document. So what we have is our version of a streamlined document or process for how unions could be recognized. Some of the major changes from the original document is we've eliminated the need for the 50% plus one provision. And in the communication that I sent you yesterday that showed the chart of existing members of unions that are paying dues in our system, you can clearly see that some of them are not attaining that 50% plus one. So that's where we kind of relied on that evidence to be comfortable that we could remove that provision. We eliminated the analysis that was required by the county manager. We removed the requirement of now no longer requiring a formal resolution each and every time a new organization wants to be recognized by the Board of Commissioners to pursue the employees for membership. We made sure that we protected, we grandfathered the existing organization so that they don't have to adhere to a new round of certification, so their status remains status quo. And then we also did some cleanup of the language to make sure it's clear that, how we define an employee, and we excluded state-funded employees from being unable to join any of these organizations, as well as amended the process for recognition. Specifically, and this is where the Board of Commissioners would be interested. So the process is now one, the employee organization would request recognition to the county manager. The county manager will confirm the organization is registered with the state of Georgia, which the Georgia Federation of Public Employees has done for us today, as well as, and then the Board of Commissioners would approve the recognition, which would allow the employee association or employee organization to begin the process of trying to solicit membership for their organization. So we're hoping that with these changes, Commissioners, that is an example of how we've streamlined a process that has been on the books since I think the last time was 2010 that it was modified. And as an added note, I did have a conversation with Mr. Lee, the National Director of the Federation of Public Employees Union this morning when I saw him on the way in, and he said that the changes were amenable and a good first step in allowing his and other organization into the county to talk with our employees if in fact they so decide to be members of various unions or organizations.
All right, any questions for Mr. Herman?
Yeah.
Commissioner Arrington.
I saw the original was the 50%, I heard you talk about that, but it was 50% or a minimum of 300. What, is there a minimum number in this attachment A?
No, sir. It's if the organization just has to meet the criteria of being barred, not barred with the state, being recognized and registered with the state of Georgia, send their recognition request to us. We'll present that to the Board of Commissioners, and if the Board of Commissioners accept them, then they can go out and secure membership. So there's no longer a 50% plus one or a minimum of 300 required anymore.
Okay. So 2 employees to have, that represent something, and one of them, that would be okay.
Yes, and as the communication I sent, we currently have an organization right now that has only 2 members as members to that organization that are receiving dues from those 2 employees.
All right, well, if Alan Lee's okay with it, then I guess I'm okay with it. It just seems that size requirement, maybe 300 might be too big, but 2 also sounds a little too small to me.
Commissioner Thorne?
I agree with you, Commissioner Arrington, because I thought the purpose of labor groups was to form to have a bigger voice. And if you have 2 people paying dues and your voice still isn't that big, then your individual voice. But I guess if people are willing to pay into an organization when they might be the only member represented, then I guess so be it for our employees.
Any other comments? All right, let's vote, please. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
250314, request approval of resolution authorizing the implementation of a pilot program for the reimbursement of child care expenses, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, I'll move approval. And let's see, where is it? How do you do this?
Second.
Is that right? All right, Mr. Herman?
Yes. So, Commissioners, again, this is a resolution that would allow us to attempt to solve some of the problems that we've been hearing from the employees as it relates to trying to fill a child care gap that they may have within their respective financial situations, as well as our way of trying to entice the employees back down into the government center, as this might be their primary place of work. So this pilot, which the communication with the chairman's office started way back in early 2024, would allow us to begin the exploration of setting up clear procedures as to how employees would be able to participate, how to be reimbursed, and the like. And as I communicated to you in the correspondence yesterday, we looked at different things. We first explored physically when the government center was extremely empty in the early parts of coming back in from COVID. We explored the idea of having a child care facility on site. And as I communicated there, we quickly abandoned that after we got some estimated costs by working with care.com and one of their providers as to how that would be. I think it was roughly about $3 million. Then we also explored the option of surveying the employees, which we surveyed the employees and got a good sense from the employees as to what their needs are. And as communicated, the survey got about 256 responses. The highest departments participating with the sheriff, the tax commissioner, and the library. And of the combined individuals that said yes or it depends is about 95%, so almost close to about 40% of those surveyed said that they would consider, if in fact the county made a a program of reimbursement available to them, they would consider utilizing the locations around the government center that are 1.5 miles within the government center. How the resolution reads, is it provides for a reimbursement up to $500 per month per employee who is participating, and we estimated that to be roughly a $300,000 cost for the balance of a 6-month period of the year. And in the communication, I think the chairman is talking about where the funding would come from, and that's going to be discussed during the mid-year review, and potentially from any potential underruns from the payment that we made for the key performance indicator, the key performance payments of that $15 million set aside. Additionally, in the resolution, it speaks to exploring, or giving us the authorization to explore also a solution at the Fulton County Jail at Rice Street. That one is a very unique solution that we would have to explore, because a normal daycare facility that operates from 8 to 5 doesn't fully address all of the concerns at the jail, since it's a 24-hour operation. And the closest 24-hour operation that we found to the facility is all the way in Smyrna, which was not as conducive as you would like if, in fact, we're trying to entice individuals to assume those roles as correctional officers, but then also make it easy for them to report to work and provide the necessary services that we need in order to take care of our, I think the sheriff called them his residents. So, commissioners, we're hoping that you can give us the approval so that we could start the additional hard work to get more detail and put a program in place. And then hopefully by the mid-year review, funding would also be in place, and then we could launch this program.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. I am mostly supportive of this agenda item. I heard some different numbers, and there's no number in this resolution. I heard a $300,000 number from you, and I also heard a $15 million number from you. What is the amount? The resolution says that there's ample money in the budget to cover this. What does that mean?
Well, Commissioner, if the language needs to be specific, again, the intent of that language was understanding that they may be of the fifth, and let me just clarify the numbers. So the $50 million number, the Board of Commissioners approved in 2025 to pay for the key performance payments to the employees for achieving the key performance indicators, which has already been paid. We anticipate that there is an underrun of that $15 million, meaning we didn't get to the full 50, we didn't exceed it. So I guess that's where the language is, without being specific, suggests that at the mid-year review, once finance present those numbers to the Board of Commissioners, that there would be ample resources to get this program off the ground, which we estimate would be about $300,000 from July to the end of the year. And again, this is just a pilot for the government center.
Okay, so the anticipated budget for this resolution is $300,000?
Yes, up to $300,000.
Up to but there. So why does the resolution not say up to $300,000?
I apologize for the wording.
Because without that, it could be $3 million, or it could be $30 million. Right?
I
see your point, Commissioner, and I am willing to.
Just add the 300. He's correct. Up to 300,000. Approximately 300,000. That's the estimate.
That's the estimate, yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chair, because to just say there's ample resources without identifying the amount of money that you're talking about is not comprehensible for me. I can't digest that without knowing what number you're talking about. So thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question about the available space in the daycares that are in the 1.5-mile radius. Have you called each of these daycares to find out what their total cost is to put a child in daycare there, and also how many spaces they have currently available?
I mean, when we conducted the initial survey back in April or May of last year, each facility that we called said at the time that they did have space available. But as you could imagine, things change from day to day, month to month, based on the services and the utilization rates. We also did get rough cost estimates as to what it would cost per month for daycare services at the various facilities, and as you could imagine, it ranges. One facility, if I remember off the top of my head, and I looked at it and I had a note, I think it was like $2,100 a month for utilizing the daycare facility, and I think that was for a child age 5 for the time that they would be there, and include meals and those.
You said it was how much, $2,100?
It was about $2,100 per month. That was just one facility that I remember off the top of my head that I looked at.
And you said, well, it sounds like you said that you haven't checked on the space for a year, since about a year ago.
That's correct.
And how many spaces were available at that time? Because you're saying they have space, but was there space for 100 people to put their children there, 1 to 2 children per family?
And I think the answer to that is yes. Because there are 5 facilities, so I think each facility had about 20 or so spaces available at the time. Now, one facility definitely would not have 100 spaces, but it would be on a first-come, first-served basis at the facility, but I believe it did meet I think it did exceed more than 100 slots when we did survey those facilities.
I mean, I'm asking because I did have an employee reach out to me when they saw this on the agenda, and they said that they had looked at some of these facilities for exactly this reason, because they do have to come here, and some of them were exceedingly expensive compared to what they could get closer to where they lived, and also that many of them had wait lists. So I don't know if that's just been the change over the last year since you all looked, but I think we would need to know that, or at least have some idea of the, availability, because if there's only, let's say there's only 50 spaces available, then are we getting a genuine pilot out of it if they're not really space available for 100 people to participate? So I think that would be good information to have, and if there isn't enough space, then we might consider, even if you're trying to achieve the same goal of getting people in the office, of expanding the 1.5-mile radius to a larger radius that's still somewhat close, but where there's more availability and maybe some better prices. So they have more options to compare prices.
And we can commit to do that. And as you could imagine, the environment has changed as well, with a number of the private entities now coming back into work. So maybe that might have accounted for the space being unavailable. But I can go back and do another search of the initial 5, and if we don't get anywhere near 100, I can expand the radius and then come back to the Board of Commissioners when we're ready to implement this program and recommend that it's either a 3 or a 5 mile, and give you a lot more detailed numbers, since we'd be about 3 months away.
Okay, and I mean, this is more like a general question, but how many people are supposed to be, like, how many people have this building as their base of operations?
Well, I wouldn't count just this building, because within the radius, I would count the government center, the courts, juvenile court, medical examiner's office, the library, which is roughly, I would estimate, about 2,000.
Okay, so about 2,000 people in this general vicinity. And of those, how many are hybrid currently? Do we know?
Oh, that I don't have off the top of my head, Commissioner, no.
So I guess what I'm asking is let's just say for the sake of this conversation that it's 2,000 people that have their base of operations here, and 1,000 of them are hybrid. Obviously, we'll find that number out at some point. But like, if this only brings, and this is more a question for you, Mr. Chairman, I guess, but if this only brings 50 to 100 back to the office, does it meet your goal of trying to get people back in? Or is it just a step and there's other steps to come? Or, how does it
No,
factor
50
in?
or 100 is better than none at all, from my perspective. And it would be a great employee benefit.
Well, certainly any help paying for daycare is a great employee benefit. I mean, if the budget wasn't the issue, I'd say, let's just give people a break on daycare if we could afford to do that. But clearly, that's not really possible to give everybody that. But I guess the other question is, do we know how many parents there are who have children of the 2,000 that are stationed in this general area?
I had that number, Commissioner. I think when we issued the survey, we sent the survey to all the employees who had kids at the time under the age of 6, plus all the employees, and we might have had some overlap, any employee who were utilizing the care.com service when it was in place in in 2024. And I believe it went to about 350, 400 individuals, and of that population, 256 responded.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. I mean, obviously, the only other thing I would just say is a general purpose concern about the budget and the uncertainty that we still have about our expenses for this year. And while I think the idea is good and I like giving people help with daycare, I'm wondering if this is the right time to do it, if maybe we should be waiting until the next year's budget to see what we have versus trying to do this kind of mid-year, because it does seem like we may need the savings from the performance bonus underruns or any other underruns to sort of address some of these unknowns right now, known unknowns, as the county manager likes to call them, that we have coming as it relates to the justice system.
Commissioner Ivory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's never a wrong time to help parents with daycare, being the parent of 6 and the grandmother of 2.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but. So I was wondering that as you're doing this pilot program, you'll find out things about the implementation that you will want to do later on. And I just would like you to consider employees who are caring for their grandchildren. Many employees are, and they might not have necessarily gotten full custody, but they're caring for their grandchildren, and that they would be able to be a part of this program as well for grandchildren. So I just wanted to throw that out there as part of the consideration as you keep considering it.
Okay.
But thank you for doing this.
We can look at that, and we would word it to the extent that it would be if any child under the age of, let's say, 6 that lives within the household.
Right, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to follow up on Commissioner Barrett's point, I think, maybe up to 5 or 10 miles, and not only from here, but also from their house, because it might be easier to drop them off, and apparently, according to Mr. Herman, it might be cheaper to drop them off at a daycare that's near their house before they get on the road coming here. So it wouldn't necessarily make sense to pay $2,100 a month if you could pay $500 or $1,000 a month within a mile and a half or 5 miles from your home. I mean, for me, I'm coming from Southwest Atlanta, right at the border of South Fulton, where there are daycares in that area. And so I guess I would just ask for a friendly amendment to allow, 1, to increase the radius to 5 or 10 miles, and then 2, to make it either from the government center or from the employee's residence, right? Because it may be cheaper for us and easier for them to drop them off on the way to work and pick them up on the way back home, rather than doing it downtown where the rent is higher and everything else is higher. So
I accept that. Okay. Commissioner Thorne?
Yes, I was just going to make a comment that I know, not that I have children in childcare, but that several school programs have childcare buses that would pick up from, the school and take them to the childcare until the parent got off. And so if it was close to your home, those childcare centers you wouldn't be able to get that $500 bonus, I would say, for childcare. But I am kind of with Commissioner. I understand We always said no new programs, and this is basically a new program. But I understand we do have the funding in the budget, and I would recommend keeping it a pilot project, just something small. Maybe we don't expand it now, because it seems like you studied what you studied, and you're proposing what you studied. But just to keep it small and see if it works, and if it really does increase productivity, brings people back into the office, and accomplishes what the intent of it is to do.
And Commissioner, just to, you're right. So we know the population now that was interested based on the 1.5 is 100. With the friendly amendment being adopted by the chairman, we'll go back and I guess we issue another survey to figure out what that population now would be, and the pilot would now be the same but change significantly with, I am sure, with more individuals interested in participating, and we'll have to figure out how do we get those individuals into the program as a pilot as well. Okay.
Commissioner,
A year. Yeah.
Commissioner Barrett.
So I just want to make sure I understand the current friendly amendments that have been accepted before we vote. So we've agreed that we would limit it to 300,000 for the pilot? Is that what we said?
Up to, so they said.
Up to 300,000. So that means however many people.
Up to, I said approximately 300,000.
Okay, but we're saying there's a dollar cutoff for the pilot program. So in other words, if you were to take the other friendly amendments, which I believe you agreed to, which was a 5 to 10 mile radius, both of home and of
the county,
then you might get a lot more people interested. So you would
Correct.
have to cut it off at a certain number.
Yes.
So it would be like first come, first serve kind of thing.
Or a lottery. We'll have to figure out what's the best way that shows that it's a fair opportunity for this new population to be able to gain access to the
Okay.
program.
So, but there is that dollar limit for the 6-month pilot.
Yeah, still keeping the dollar limit, yes.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Can we get some direction on maybe a couple of things? One, is the only employees that are eligible are ones that are currently in a flex work environment or hybrid working environment today? Or is it any employee that has their reporting location as 141 prior, or the 2 or 3 others? That's one question. A second question is, on some of the, when you look at the top 3 participating departments, sheriff, tax commissioner, library, I would think those are virtually non-flex environments. So those are the ones that responded. I just want to be clear, when he designs the program, that he designs it in accordance with what you're exactly targeting. And then the unintended consequence is take tax commissioner. So I want to make sure that we understand that we're going to be explaining to tax commissioner reps that are in Maxwell Road, North Annex, South Annex, and Greenbrier, that they don't qualify. But if they're in the government center, they do qualify. But maybe they don't qualify if they're not in a flex work schedule because they have to be here every day. In other words, I just want to make sure that Ken understands exactly what he's supposed to design before he walks out of here.
I think Ken understands, Mr. Manager, but if this is not a good idea, let's don't do it.
I'm not saying it's not a good idea. It's how he designs it is going to have to comport with some.
It's a pilot program that we're asking him to develop. He can consider everything that he's heard. And if we don't like it when he comes back, we vote it down, period.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to ask maybe we do a motion to hold so that we can hone it in, because to the county manager's point, if employees from the libraries responded to this and they're all at branches, it should the radius should be from their work location. In my mind, it should be available for all employees, number one. Number two, it should be from wherever they work, because if they work at Maxwell Road at the South Annex, that's not their fault. That's where we have assigned them. And so it should be within a certain mile radius of wherever they are. But I mean, I'm supportive of it, but it sounds like the survey results are dated, and it sounds like there's some other options to consider. And so it might make more sense for Mr. Herman to bring it back after he's had a chance to update the survey results, and after, we have maybe some further discussions about the locations, because I mean the jail isn't within 1.5 miles of here. So, if those are the employees that responded, and the library employees responded, and the tax commissioner employees responded, if those are the employees that need the help, we might need to make sure that they are being included as well.
Can I get in the queue, please?
Commissioner Ellis? All right. Vice Chair, do you want to be heard now? There's a Commissioner Aaron, you wanted to make a motion, substitute motion to hold?
I mean, I guess I can. I guess I wanted to hear from the rest of you. I'm fine moving it forward, but I think it does need a little refining, to make sure that we get it right. Right? It's a great program, but I would hate to leave out the employees at South Fulton Annex and Maxwell Road and the library branches, particularly if those are the people that responded the highest to the survey results. And then the survey, sounds like it's dated as well. So I'd love to get updated survey results and maybe have us talk about, making sure that we're really addressing the people that responded to the survey.
All right. You're going to make a motion to hold?
Yes, motion to hold.
All right. Is there a second? I'll second it. All right. There's a motion made to hold, and I hope we will not hold today. Commissioner Ellis, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, I just got a simple question. Are we voting to approve implementation of a pilot
No, just
program? Or are we
developing the
voting
program.
to approve you bringing us back a program
Yes.
to consider implementing?
That's what we're doing.
Okay, well, I mean, to me, we are holding it then. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, because the county manager asked for clarification on what the program would be that he's supposed to bring back.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Hold, just a minute. The motion on the floor by Commissioner Arrington to hold, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. And I hope that we will not hold today. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor on the motion to hold.
Well, I wouldn't want to hold this because I think we're getting a little bit too in the weeds because it is a pilot program. And we're not going to cover everything with this pilot. The purpose of a pilot program is to kind of see what's the best direction to go in. And I think we are getting a little bit too in the weeds about it. I would not want, because to be told, Chairman, you've been talking about this for, I know, well over 2 years, okay? Because I've had employees to ask me. And so I would hope that the colleagues today will move forward with this, with the concerns that we have all shared to Ken Herman for it to be tweaked. And if Ken Herman and the county attorney, feel free, I don't think you have to, but feel free to opine on this. If he needs to come back and bring some version or bring something that he needs to alter, he could always bring it back for further approval. But I think holding it is doing a disservice to all those employees who has been hearing us talking about it for 2 years. So I cannot in good conscience vote to hold this.
Commissioner Barrett, on
Okay.
the motion to hold.
Yeah, so just on clarity again, like I don't need to hold, I can withdraw my second on that but I want to understand the sort of clarification that Vice Chair Ellis just brought up. Is this, the way I read it to be, this is go ahead and implement it, started in July or whatever you said. But now are we saying that it's actually bring it back as a fully thought out program and we approve it then and then you start?
Yeah, that's too much.
Right, so is it, but that's where I'm sort of, there's some confusion, it seems like, about whether or not this is just a go with these changes and started in July. And then that does sound like that based on the changes we threw in, it changes the cost potentially and who can participate and adds a lottery and all kinds of other things. So, I mean, the county manager's asking for clarification because they need to implement this. So I'm fine with us going forward if it's clear what we're going forward with, that's all. I'm only holding because I thought we needed more clarity. But if we don't, I mean, I guess that's a question to you all. If you have enough clarity to move forward in July with the program up to $300,000, it's okay with me.
And if I may try to provide clarity, I think because the funding wouldn't be identified until the mid-year review, technically we are in a hole. So all of your recommendations that you have put in place allows us to now fine-tune the definitions of what is the eligibility, what's the radius. If we could issue a new survey and get it updated, we could do further research on the availability of slots within the original 1.5 or the new 10 miles. And all of that could get us to, when we get to June or July, you have a fully fleshed out program that we're ready to potentially implement on the day that you approve the 300,000 versus approving the 300,000 and then we're doing the analysis to start several months later.
Well, I'm fine with that, so I'll withdraw my motion to hold.
Well, I'm just saying technically, because I still have to do all of the legwork to do the additional changes that you required, Commissioner.
Yeah, so that's why it makes sense to bring it back then, after you've done all that.
Okay.
Okay, you're withdrawing your second hold. Is there another second to hold? Another second to hold. All right, that substitute motion fails. Now back to the main motion, which is to approve.
Well, she's still listed as the second on that. What was that? You said it's already
you do
recorded.
it? Yeah. Now, on the motion to approve, let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to approve
Yay.
As amended, right?
Yes.
as amended, yes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
250315, request approval resolution expanding the adult day health program provided by Fulton County's Department of Senior Services to be accessible to employees and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, promptly moved and second. Mr. Herman, you earning your keep today.
Thank you very much. You know, it was, I guess the stars aligned today that we just finished talking about providing access to care and supporting our employees when their family is young as related to daycare and childcare services. But now we're also talking now about providing some type of support for employees when they're now taking care of a loved one who are nearing the end of their life on this earth. And HR is always a big supporter of providing as many perks and benefits to the employees as possible. And ever since we rolled out the Care.com contract during COVID, 15% of the utilization of the Care.com contract was for adult care that our employees were leveraging from that contract. What we're asking for today, and through the partnership that and the exploration with Ladisa Onulagu, the Director of Senior Services, we put our heads together and we found an opportunity for the county to, again, provide that support to the employees of the county, leveraging services that are already available within the county, which kind of follows what the board has already done relative to the multipurpose center. I think in 2010, the board adopted a resolution that allowed non-residents to leverage the multi-purpose centers services. And what this resolution is attempting to do today is to allow our employees who may not be residents of Fulton County to be able to access the adult daycare. Utilizing the existing process within the senior services department, which includes a sliding fee and application process and the like, and hopefully, provide some solution and cost savings to those employees who are have the honor of taking care of an elderly person within their household. From what I saw in the last time that I looked, actually last week, at least the one in Cobb, and also to mention, commissioners, other jurisdictions do not offer adult day services at county facilities. It's mostly in the private sector. So in Cobb, where I live, I think the going rate, at least at one private facility, was $135 per day for the senior to go to receive either care or just various services from the facility. And as you can see, based on the capacity that's available within the senior services, we believe that a potential of 5 slots per senior services location, which would get us to about 20, correct? To about 20 could go to softening the financial burden. Again, potentially, we might have 500 employees who might be in the need, but again, if we could offer this solution to potentially 20 employees, again, we are doing our part in trying to create a solution for that honorable task of taking care of a loved one in their final stages. And I don't know if, Ladisa, if you have anything that you would want to add to the presentation.
Thank you, Kenneth. Ladisa Onilagu, Director, Department of Senior Services. HR and Senior Services has partnered since 2017 on caregivers in the workplace. So we really believe in this supportive benefit for county employees who are caregivers and have the capacity support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Herman, this is another resolution that doesn't have a budget. What is the budget for this?
No budget is required, Commissioner Arrington. We currently have capacity within our 4 adult day programs to support 5 slots for Fulton County employees who may bring in a mom or a dad or someone that they're caring for. To answer your question specifically regarding the budget, it's a direct service. So we have personnel that is about a little over $1 million that's already allocated in our budget. We're not going to go over that. And operation costs are about $400,000 total across all 4 facilities. So the intent is not to increase our program budget to support this. It is to provide this access to our facilities within our budget.
All right. Don't get mad at me, because I was just in Fairburn at the senior center and they complain they don't have any services, they don't have any professors, they don't have any instructors. There's a laundry list of things that aren't being provided to the existing customers. So how does that get resolved? How do we bring in more people and we're not even servicing the people that are there properly already?
Yes, sir. The Fairburn neighborhood, that is the New Beginnings Neighborhood Senior Center in Fairburn, Georgia. It is one of many senior centers that is separate, that is funded under the Aging Services contract. I did receive a list of their concerns that are primarily facility related regarding programming. Sir, we are working with the contractor to make sure that the seniors are receiving the types of classes that they're interested in, such as physical fitness, wellness. However, we have audited and reviewed the programs that are being offered there, and our team has gone out there frequently, and they are receiving services. But we are sensitive to any concerns that they may raise, and we're addressing it. There is capacity in the Fairburn location, but that's a different program. And so we are not recommending, and it's not for this resolution. This resolution is to support Fulton County employees who may have parents living within their homes and they're caregivers for them. And those parents may have functional limitations, such as the early onset of dementia.
Oh,
or
I
there may be
understand.
some-
I understand that. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
That
So-
the issue is you're saying you've got capacity
Yes,
at these
sir.
facilities to bring on these people, and that there's no extra cost.
Yes, sir.
And I'm trying to understand how you can have capacity to bring on additional people when I'm getting complaints that the people that are already there are not being serviced properly. And I can guarantee you, if we go over to Bowden, it's going to be the same way. I'll go to you at every senior center, and I bet you it's a laundry list at every senior center. How many instructors are there for the classes? We had that issue last year. So we have open vacant positions. So I'm fine with supporting this, but what you're telling me is you have the existing resources and with your existing budget to cover that. And what I'm saying is you can't, because there's too many people complaining that they aren't getting the services that the existing people aren't getting the services.
Yes, sir. I'd like to parse that out. We have 3 facility-based programs. So for the Adult Day Health Program, we definitely have the staff, the budget, and the facilities to support up to 5 slots. And that's for any Fulton County employee, like you acknowledged, that would bring their parent. So we'll set that aside because the instruction will be there, the activities, the group trips. For the multi-purpose side, and we have 4 across the county, we have just surveyed our centers, and the customer satisfaction rates are quite high. And so we provide programming in arts, aquatics, nutrition, we provide meals. But what I'd like to do is provide a memorandum to you and the entire board that explains the instruction, the level of instructors that we have for the multi-purpose and adult day, because those are provided through Fulton County employees. And then I can also delineate the types of programs provided in the neighborhood senior center structure, and we have 14 across the county. And so we do work closely with the aging services contractors, which is what the board approves every year, to bring in either volunteer instructors or paid instructors. They partner with arts and libraries to bring in programming as well. So I'll provide that memorandum to you to answer and clarify exactly how we are providing these services and responding to customer complaints.
Thank you. And I need an update because we're supposed to go back
Yes, sir.
to Fairburn and give them an update on what has been done. So I need the update from you on what has been done to address their concerns. Or you can go back with me. We can go back together.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
I remember.
This sounds great, right? But I don't want to, if the people that are already being serviced aren't getting the services they need, then it's hard for me to understand how we bring on more. But I understand your point is there are 3 different programs, and this is one program that has capacity, even though the other 2 may or may not have.
Yeah, it's a valid question because we just had to address the instructor issue in the arts program at Benson. So we work with, we address, we respond to your concerns, the customers' concerns, and try to work as quickly as possible to resolve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great idea. I'm glad we're going to open this up to Fulton County employees and that there's space available. I just actually had a question about the process to get people on board to participate in this. And the reason I'm asking is solely because I have a constituent, an open constituent issue right now where someone is trying to get their parent into adult day and they're struggling with the process. There's a back and forth, they're not getting timely responses. This is what one person is telling me, so it's just one person's opinion. But I just want to understand what is the process to get into adult day?
Yes, the process begins with a call either to our Star line, if you don't have any other number, that's 404-613-6000, and they can direct you to the center of your choice or that's closest to your home, or you can contact the Adult Day program directly. You would meet with the lead of that program. They are a program coordinator.
So you go in person and meet
You
with
would
them?
go in person, so you could you could tour our facilities as well, but you can have a conversation. You need to get paperwork for your doctor, but at that preliminary discussion, you're getting information on the services that we provide and the eligibility requirements. Then the person, your constituent, would take that paperwork back to their doctor to make sure that the testing that's required is completed and that the documentation is completed. You would then return that back to the adult day program. We would conduct an assessment, make sure that you do meet the eligibility requirements and based on capacity, and there is capacity at all of our facilities right now, then you would be admitted into the program. So what I'll do is have a team member follow up with you.
Yeah, I was going to
quickly
say,
so we can make sure that we address that.
and I will follow up with you, and I haven't done that, so that's on me. But I was just curious because it does seem like that's a fairly long, detailed process. And I think maybe part of the problem is, and it may be documented somewhere, but I think this, for whatever reason, this person doesn't have all the information about the process.
Okay.
And that may be, it may be just as simple as that. But so these folks that would be affected by this program or welcomed because of this program would go through that same process. About how long does that usually take, that whole back and forth?
It really depends on the caregiver and the physician's responsiveness. Every time I go into an adult day facility, I'll have team members saying, hey, we've got 2 assessments scheduled tomorrow or 3 next week. So as soon as we schedule our conversation with the caregiver and provide them with the information, the timeline is up to them and then the physician's availability to conduct a physical, complete the paperwork, again, provide make sure the senior is tested and passes it, and then the caregiver has to respond back to us and give us that information.
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this up. It's a great idea.
All right, other comments, questions? All right, motion is to adopt. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 11, 250316, External Affairs, Presentation 2025 State Legislative Session Update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a long day. I almost forgot we had a legislative session, but indeed we did. Thank you, team. So Sine Die was a week and a half ago on April 4th, and we're just going to give you a recap of our session and some of the kind of wins and opportunities for next time. Next slide, please. So again, we recapped one of the biggest highlights for Fulton County, and one of the biggest victories in this session was the allocation of $9.4 million for the North Fulton Behavioral Health Crisis Center. As you know, our current center at Oak Hill opened on October 31st of 2024, and now we have the opportunity to have an additional center. I'm sorry, Chairman, I waited all day for this. So we will be opening that. Next slide. I just wanted to also thank the county manager for his support in engaging our legislators on that item. Next slide.
Representative Jones.
And yes, absolutely, Speaker Pro Tem Jones really fought for that and made that happen. Without her, it would not have happened. Just want to give her that recognition and thanks. One of our other top 3 items was the allocation of 3 additional state court judges, and that one went all the way through and it's gone to the governor's desk. Veto deadline, by the way, is May 14th, so we do not expect any issues with this, but just that's when we will really send our final report out. So thanks to our state court team as well as the really bipartisan support in our delegation for getting this done. Next slide. They would be appointed and then, of course, run for office the next time. But yes, sir, the new judges would be appointed.
Who makes the appointment?
The governor. Commissioner, I don't want to misspeak, so let me pull the bill and get that to you. I believe it's, Jasmine, do you want to? We'll get that for you. The next slide, please. Again, we've talked about behavioral health. I also want to mention that there is additional funding in the Georgia DBHDD budget for forensic services and forensic beds for justice-involved individuals. We talked earlier today about competency, and so those beds are really important for individuals who are not yet well enough to stand trial. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, this bill did not make it through all the way. This is the Senate Bill 10, which includes the language related to the judicial officers. So this bill crossed over, but as you may have heard, the Senate left a number of bills on the table when they adjourned on sine die, and this bill was one of them. So it is still live legislation. It crossed over. But that is the final step in the process. So it would be, this is one we will continue to work on in 2026. Next slide, please. I'm sure all of you have seen news coverage about tort reform. This was Governor Kemp's really top priority. There is an element of this related to our priority area was around premises liability. And so we've highlighted that here. This bill has already been signed, so we're just, we'll continue to look into this. Of course, this affects the county attorney's office primarily in cases that they're handling. Next slide, please. Next Gen 911, this is, want to thank ACCG for their hard work on this. And really, this is benefiting not just Fulton County, but also all of the public safety answering points within Fulton County and helping really increase public safety across the board. So this would really create a structure for that Next Gen 911. It creates kind of some system standards for new systems, and training, all of those kinds of things. So this is setting groundwork for Next Gen 911. I know some of you will be at ACCG next week and we'll hear more about this. This is really one of their top priorities. Next slide. Digital court reporting. This one has also gone all the way through. So this allows court reporting in certain cases. We will provide you, and I think we have already sent you in our weekly reports the bills, but just so you have the final, I know those of you who are in a courtroom frequently will be find this of interest. Next slide, please. But also just want to point out that this really helps simplify the scheduling of cases in times where a court reporter's availability, they're in very high demand. Senate Bill 244 is one that we had a lot of discussion about. Unfortunately for us, this did pass, and it has very specific language in the final version of the bill that in a case where a case has been dismissed and a prosecutor has been disqualified for the case based on their conduct, it would cause the county government to be, that those defendants could seek reasonable attorney's fees, and the county government is still the source of those payments, and specifically the budget of the prosecuting attorney. So we're going to have to kind of watch and see what happens next. Again, this is one where they also, I just want to point out that this also was attached to legislation that creates an opportunity for recompense to individuals who were wrongfully accused and convicted and later found to be innocent. So those, it creates a structure for those individuals to receive payment from the state. Georgia was one state that did not have that in place. But it also has this second effect that, again, the bill sponsor was very specific that this was specifically about Fulton County. Next slide.
So if you can go back, please, one slide.
Go back, please.
I'm most concerned about that last, I guess it's maybe third to last sentence. This applies to all criminal cases pending on or after the bill becomes law. So that goes back to my point about the bill it sounds like they're not trying to apply it retroactively, but I heard you say that they were trying, that the sponsor was trying to make it apply to Fulton County. So
the bill, the case that we all know which case we're talking about, that case is still pending in that the prosecutor was removed by the Court of Appeals. The prosecutor has appealed. And so the case has not been dismissed at this time. So it is, I think if the case had been dismissed prior to the passage of this legislation, then it would not apply to us. But because that case is still an active case pending her appeal of her removal, then it would apply to this case.
all right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is, so the caption on this is a little bit confusing, but Senate Bill 151 was Senator Beach's original bill about the Development Authority. It ended up being attached to a different bill, which is House Bill 155, which was about arbitrators. This has nothing to do with arbitrators. It's really now about development authorities. It's specific to North Fulton, and it allows those cities to opt out of having the Fulton County Development Authority conduct certain activities within their city. It does not create a new North Fulton Development Authority, which was the original purpose of that legislation. Really, I think the Development Authority is engaging the cities in conversation about how they can collaborate and work together. There are advantages to having a Development Authority that is active across the county. But again, that's something that the Development Authority leadership, I believe, is already engaging the cities in those discussions. Next slide, please. I just want to point out that there will be, and I think you talked about this earlier, 3 referenda related to homestead exemptions. All 3 of these are around schools. So Senate Bill 330 creates a new exemption for seniors, and then 776 and 777 new senior exemptions for Fulton County schools. So 1 for Atlanta Public Schools, 2 for Fulton County schools. So we're working with the tax assessor's office and tax commissioner's office. Senate Bill 330 has a little bit more complex language around implementation, so we're having some discussions around that. The other 2 are a little bit more straightforward in how they will be implemented. Next slide, please. There were some questions from the library and the library board members and their foundation around House Bill 483. This bill was tabled in the Senate and did not go through, so just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Next slide. There will be a number of study committees. I won't go through all of these, but if you are interested in any of the study committees, please let us know. We will be monitoring those over the summer as they meet, and we can certainly make sure you're aware of those meetings as well. Next slide. Again, just more study committees that we wanted you to be aware of. Next slide, please. So again, our next step, we do kind of a wrap-up session where we invite the legislative liaisons from departments. So we will be holding that closer to veto deadline, so we know, just make sure that nothing got vetoed that we didn't think would get vetoed. We will also issue our final written report around that time. We do an annual survey of departments to identify any issues that they may have around legislation. we bring that back, and also we'll meet with all of you about any issues and concerns that you have. We will continue to be engaged with ACCG. I already mentioned the study committees. And again, we'll be back at this before you know it for the 2026 session. I also just want to thank Jasmine in particular, who's done a tremendous job this year, really stepping in and handling a lot of the work. And also want to thank our lobbying team, who've been really a great asset for us this year.
She did a good job.
Yes, she did. Jasmine, she needs to correct the record. I probably messed something up here.
Thank you all, and thank you, Jessica. So Commissioner Arrington for House Bill 625, the appointment term ends December 31st, 2026. The election will take place in May 2026, and the four-year term starts on January 1st, 2027.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's aligned with our terms.
Sir?
That's aligned with our terms.
Yes, that's right.
Our
Yes,
district terms.
yes, sorry.
At least.
Yes. Any questions? Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
On page 12, 250317, discussion and approval of payroll deductions for employee organizations, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Is that Mr. Manager or Mr. Herman? Who is that?
Commissioners, we adopted the changes to the ordinance. So now this is the actual vote to recognize the Federal Employees Public Service Union.
So we need a motion to approve them? Is that what?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll move approval. All right.
Second.
What? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Yay.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
250318, discussion, tax assessment and billing update, sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
All right, we can skip this. This was covered during it's built into the operational report, so good with that.
250319, discussion, library parking.
Yep, I'll be brief on this. Look, I think all of you have libraries in your district. I don't know if this applies to everybody, but the ones in my district, they all have these spaces in them which are reserved for EVs. None of them have EV chargers, and most of the time when I go by them, there are either no cars parked in there or there are gas-powered cars parked in there, and very infrequently are there EVs parked in there. They're close to the building. I've gotten a lot of complaints about this over the years, and I think it's a bad look, and I just think they all need to be replaced. If they don't have an EV charger in them, I think they need to replace with either senior citizen parking or handicap parking or just everyday use parking.
What
And
do
that's-
you want to have
that's my
happen,
request.
Vice Chair?
My request is if there's no EV charger in there, to convert these to either senior citizen parking, handicap parking, or general use parking.
All right, any objections? We can communicate that to Commissioner Arrington, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was in the queue. For me, thank you for bringing this, Vice Chair Ellis. For me, this begs the question, and maybe Mr. Davis knows, the known unknowns. How many EV parking spaces do we have? What is the maintenance schedule? Do we need an assessment to find out how many we have, how many we don't have? How many spaces do we have versus how many chargers we have? Like, somebody should know the answer to those questions.
Yes, Commissioner Arrington. So at the moment, we have 7 electric vehicle charging spaces at the Metropolitan Library, where there are 7 charging stations installed. We are planning to install another set of charging stations at the animal shelter, as that facility was built with the infrastructure in place as a part of the original construction project. The spaces that are being referenced in this particular agenda item were originally put into the library renovation or construction projects in order to obtain the appropriate LEED credits. As you know, there was a strong desire for the libraries to be LEED certified, and so we had a consultant that provided those recommendations. Since this item appeared on the agenda, we've kind of tracked down some information that says that we won't necessarily lose our LEED certification at those facilities. We can take them out. We are not funded at this moment to put EV charging stations anywhere else. We're working towards that through grants and other alternative means beyond direct funding allocation. But until that time, those spots that Commissioner Ellis is referencing in this item will remain vacant, and we can move, if the board so chooses, to change those spaces.
Thank you for that answer. I would at least, Vice Chair Ellis, like some type of assessment to know where we are and where we aren't. I think all your recommendations make perfect sense, right? Make it senior or elderly, but I would at least like to know what we have versus what we don't have before executing that.
I think you just outlined what we got. We only got it at one library, and the other one's gonna be in the animal shelter.
Correct.
That's it, right?
So we only have 14 EV charging stations in the county?
We have...
Or at libraries, because I guess this is particularly library parking.
At the library, as far as the library system is concerned, there's only one library that has electric vehicle charging stations, and it has 7 ports. 4 individual units, 3 of which are dual ports, and 1 is a singular port for an accessible parking space.
Okay, what about the Wolf Creek Library?
None.
And what about any of the other libraries on the south side? Gladys Denard?
None.
So I want to be real clear what your none is to. Is your none to the charging station, or is your none to the designated parking spaces? Because there's a difference between those two.
Yes, sir. That is none to the electric vehicle charging stations.
Okay, so how many designated EV parking spaces do they have?
It varies from building to building based upon the total number of parking spaces in the lot as determined by foot traffic. So I would have to pull that information together, and I can get that to you rather quickly.
Okay, thank you. I would just love to know who's on first and what's on second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's still my request. I mean, it doesn't matter if we got 6 or 5 or whatever. We don't have any charging stations there. My main request is still the same, that we just remove these and we convert them. So.
All right, any objection to that?
Well, yeah, I guess we just have to have a vote. I mean, I don't know that there's a motion. I don't know if I need to do a motion to hold, but I would like to get the information that I requested before having to make a vote on this.
I'd like to make a motion to hold.
All right, bring them all back. We'll do a resolution. We'll take about 6-7 hours worth of folks' time, and we'll do it. Fantastic.
Okay.
So. All right.
We're gonna hold it.
It was a discussion, so just bring it back in a different way.
Okay.
Next.
250320, discussion, clerk of court passport fees, disclosure and reporting, sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
Okay. Try to be brief on this. As you all recall, I think it was 2 years ago, we had this as part of our legislative agenda, maybe 3 years ago. I think Jessica's already left to go have a good time. Anyway, the legislation with SOS that we had sought was to eliminate compensation receipt by clerks of court and probate courts for administration of passport services. That bill, as it ultimately wound up, was passed. It was SB 19, and it did not eliminate the personal income piece, but what it did require was that clerks and/or probate court judges who were receiving these kind of compensation would be required to make a disclosure to the governing authority of the particular counties. So and that was effective January 1, 2025, so we're a full quarter into this. And then we have the right to adjust what we want that reporting to look like or to be, and/or the frequency of it. But the quarter has passed, so I had requested, because I've had constituents that have inquired about this and wanted to see what it was. So the clerk of the courts did provide a document, a brief document back to us that we all saw yesterday. It's a three-liner on here from Madam Shay Alexander, who's the clerk of court. It lists 3 items on it: the county general fund in a figure of 2.299, just under 3 million noted in that. A U.S. Department of State of $697,517.74, and processing fees of $150,010. I did have a chance to speak with the clerk yesterday, and I asked if these were overlapping. In other words, was the 150 a subset of the 2.299 or 697? And she indicated that they are all separate and distinct. And I also asked, what does processing fees mean? Because that's not necessarily clear to me in terms of the way that's written. And I said, is this the compensation that you received for passport fees in the first quarter of 2025? And she spoke, she said yes. So we've got the report. I think it should be something that we should look at and decide, is this adequate enough for us, or do we want to see something different that's more specific, and what kind of frequency we want to receive? And then whatever we decide upon on that, I would like it to be routinely done and then part of our public record and put into, whether it's in consent agenda or whatnot, but it just be routine reporting that would come forth through our Board of Commission level.
What is the county general, what is that 2.2, again, county general fund?
I had asked, and I'm not sure of this, and I think that's a point we need some clarification around.
Okay, let's clarify that.
Yeah, because I'd ask our folks whether that is general fund for associated with passport stuff, is it other things, et cetera? So I'd ask the financial staff to get some sort of additional information for us on that.
And the same thing with the department, but the processing fee, you asked a specific question there, whether or not that was going to her. Is that correct?
Right, and I think we can ask that back and confirm it, and I think it should be worded that, as to what it is, processing fees, compensation to the clerk, whatever, so it's clear. But that was what she indicated to me yesterday when we spoke on the phone. But I think the report could use some clarity on that.
Well, I just like to make, just a couple of observations here. That does need to be clarified. But we talked about this in the past, and the truth of the matter, my chief of staff always reminds me of this. To the best of my knowledge, there are 2 employees that are the beneficiaries of this type of state legislation. One is the tax assessor, and he's been, strike that, tax commissioner, and he's been adamant about that. And the other is the clerk of courts. And we may not like it, but it's legal. And I need to make that point, that it's legal. There's nothing that, until the state law is changed, it is legal for the tax commissioner and for the clerk to receive what they receive over and above their regular compensation. It goes along with the job. The state set it up that way, and it's not going to change unless the state decides to change it. And my guess is that's not going to happen. The reason that's not going to happen is because there are tax commissioners in the smaller counties. There are clerks of courts in the smaller counties who make a little of nothing as relative. And their compensation comes from situations like this. In this case, the processing of the passport. So we may not like it, but it's not going to change. Now, how does this work? What happens? Well, some clerks do not accept it. They give it to their general funds. Some pay the employees who do the work out of it and keep the rest. And then some clerks, very few of them, keep it all. And so if you'd like a report on that, we can get you the report. But my point here is there's nothing illegal about what's happening. We may not like it, but if you just extrapolate this, 150,000 per, is that per quarter, Mr. Vice Chair?
That's as I understand it.
So
first
times
quarter.
4, that's an extra 600,000 a year. But that's, again, there's nothing illegal about it, and it's not going to change unless the state changes. And the smaller county is going to work with their senators and representatives to make sure that it doesn't change. So that's my 2 cents on this. Nothing illegal about it at all. Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would just say I think you got that mostly right, about 90% right. There is also the probate court judge that Vice Chair Ellis mentioned. And it is it's not just the state law, it's the state constitution. True. Because they are they are all 3 of them are constitutional officers. So not only would the state legislature have to make a vote and a move, and the governor would have to sign it, but then there would also have to be a vote of the citizens of the state of Georgia in order to change the Georgia Constitution. So
Not going to happen.
it is not likely that it is going to change.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the Constitution would not have, there wouldn't have to be a referendum to put this in place. They had legislation they could approve that would have restricted or put caps on their compensation. So they had the ability to do that absent some sort of referendum. So, you know, but bottom line is there's a reporting requirement. There was a almost unanimous vote, 1 dissenting vote in the Senate when this thing was passed, that there be a clear disclosure. And, you know, I think the Senate felt almost universal on it. We should get a quality disclosure. It should be something that people should look at, have an understanding on, and there should be transparency around.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But is that just for the clerk of Superior Court, or is that for?
It's required for both, but it's my understanding, well, this is just specific to passport fees. It's my understanding that we can make an inquiry that our probate court judge does not do any processing of passport transactions. This is specific, the legislation in SB 19 was specific to passport fees.
Okay, but all right, I don't know that we can.
We can
I
make
don't
an
know if our
inquiry.
probate judge does.
We should make an inquiry. That's fine. That would be, I think, we can make a note of that and follow up, right? Just, you know, with the probate court judge and just confirm that there's no activity she does with this.
All right. Next. Anything else?
Further items?
All right, no further items. Thank you for your patience and attendance today. We are adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.